All right, Dazed Men cover, DSA DC, victories, Hogwatch Israel, Trump at G7, ceasefire details look good for Iran, 300 billion, EF, Epstein's Fury Day 110. Victory. I've been watching the World Cup with my family as my dad and brother are very into soccer, and I've noticed an unsurprising trend of missing/ignoring fouls committed by European teams against African and Middle Eastern teams. Yeah, I mean, you're going to throw up the Grey Wolf? Yeah, bro. JJJ. Us bayrakları. Us. I'm going to get real Turkish with it. I'm going to get more Turkish than I ever have. The mustache is already ready for it. But anyway, we're blasting off. We're live. We're alive. And we got a lot going on. We got the Days Minute cover, obviously. It's giving Blaze. You know? And yes, I have the playlist here already. Themasius, I got the playlist here already, King. Hydration break, everyone. Anyway, I cannot believe it. Yeah, I already have that. Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that a sponsored ad read?
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
When? Since when?
It's like 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
I just started to see. I was like, this is not.
So that's the job. The job does that.
It was like pre-job, but
just mortality.
I'm just like trying to push off Turkey.
It's coming soon. You know, I have all these trolls who'll hit me and they'll be like, "Are you just mad because you're male pattern baldness?" I'm like, "Damn."
What, you got issues with that?
I don't think it's there yet. It's not there. But definitely, like when people say like racist stuff or the baldness stuff gets me. The racist stuff, I'm like, okay, you know.
No, I feel
What's up?
that. Yeah, that's what I use.
What is finasteride?
It's the only FDA. It's
finasteride?
It's for prostate cancer.
Finasteride.
It's for prostate cancer originally, but it is the only FDA-approved drug, as far as I know, that you can take that stops male pattern baldness. I use it. I use finasteride and minoxidil.
Damn, I just worry about this stuff. I don't do anything.
Yeah, the more you worry about it, the worse it'll get.
You think that's true?
I don't know. Why are you always looking at your phone during interviews? Dog, we were setting up the interview, okay? And it's live.
I'm on that minoxidil.
I'm with Zoran. I'm trying to push off Turkey, but I think Istanbul is in my scalp's future. Yeah. Well, for some, you know. Also, it's so funny when chatters would be like, why are you looking at your phone? I'm looking at you, man. I'm looking at you. You in the chat. Why are you freaking out? I'm looking at you in the goddamn chat. You feel me? What the heliante? I've never seen a group of people who, on the one hand, always feel like I'm not giving them enough attention, but then also like you feel a sense of abandonment when I don't look at chat. But when I do look at chat, you go, why are you looking at chat? Look at the person you're interviewing. Hello? It's like, oh, I want to be perceived at all times, but I also don't want to be perceived at some times. Anyway, but yeah, we got it all. We're going to be covering it so much. You're so valid right now. Thank you. Yeah, let's get started with the Days Mena. Shout out to Dean. Dean also shot Mahmoud Khalil, our friend. Our brave warrior Mahmoud Khalil, and this was a very cool opportunity, and I'm very stoked on what the final product looked like. Yes, shot him like with a gun, dude. Children, your best suit and your best. Yeah, this was the person who styled this also styled. You might notice the suit that I'm wearing here because I've been wearing it nonstop since I got it from her. And I even got it tailored to extend the length of the arms as well. So shout out Ginger, who also styled Marty Supreme. But, you know, there's an interview component, but I think a lot of you just want to see the Mexico filtered ass photos. But I mean, this is my favorite, I think. This is my favorite. Sergio Tacchini, polo shirt Lacoste, track pants and shoes Nike. It's giving 2019 Hassan. Yeah, Dean was adamant about the tracksuits. He really loved the tracksuits. So he was like, we got to go all the way on the tracksuits. So we did. And that's what he did. He went with that. He went with the tracks. I love this one too. This one has crazy shoes too. David Owen vintage trousers, stylist own. Blazer Giorgio Armani. You're a toothpick guy. Yeah, they gave me the toothpick and it changed my vibes entirely. I swear to God, once I put the toothpick in my mouth, I became a different person. Like that meme, like a toothpick can change your life, is so real. Because it did. It changed. I look like a Grand Theft Auto 5 like screensaver character. You know what I mean? Like, and it's true. I do look like that, and I felt like that. I felt like I was ready to do like I was ready to beat on some motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I don't know why. I put the toothpick in my mouth and everything changed. I was just like, yo, I'm like, I don't know who I have become. You look like you drive a Yugo. Thank you, I guess. They love hitting me with this one shot where I'm laying, by the way. There's going to be another one for that too. A great BTS shot. Okay. Why does he look like a Polish unk? Lol. I think this looks good. This is a fit. This is a good look. I am Italian. Okay. I am Italian. That's just how it is. Anyway, Mafia Core, Goon Core. You look like a Yorkville trash boy like Timmy Chalamet. That pose is for you, us, not for you. Have you considered keeping toothpicks on to help mask during difficult to manage moments? Yeah. No, that's who I am now. The toothpick has become a part of my personality. So I'll probably be ripping it more frequently. First Mongolian, then Turkish, then Italian, Mr. Worldwide, I guess. I'm everything, dude. Ethnically ambiguous guy. You look fucking amazing. My jaw's on the floor. Thank you. No one cared who you were before you put on the toothpick. It's true. It literally is true. It's straight up true. I have some nicotine toothpicks. They want us to like promote them or something, but I didn't really like the taste that much. But yeah. Get with Bricky to get the Natura Pine hookup. Anyway, all right. It's giving this. Come on, man. Come on. I have upgraded so much. An entire closet revamp. It's suits meta. Suits meta is a different me, okay? We're living in a different planet now, okay? I'm a suit guy. I'm a toothpick guy. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a suit guy. I'm also a toothpick guy. And when I put the toothpick on in my mouth, I become like a different guy. I become the type of guy that says I'm a numbers guy, but also I like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the best president that we've had so far. I'm over here thinking to myself, I'm going to chat GPT it. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to chat GPT it. I'm a numbers guy. Okay. Okay. Look like Asmald got his new orders from Elon. Dude, he's been doing the worst fucking propaganda. I saw something where he's like talking about how Israel is I saw him talking about how like, oh, the Israel stuff is actually not based anymore. Israel stuff is actually not based at all anymore. He's like, Asmongold panics and quickly closes Hassan's video after realizing Hassan described him perfectly. Culture war narratives try to divide the working class.
Because at the end of the day, the working class is the biggest base of support. That's just the reality. And all matter of culture wars and culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide, and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get.
Don't ever listen to this.
Yeah, not based. Okay, no, divide the working class. Oh my God.
Culture war. He doesn't have. Listen.
Leftists are not calling Hassan Piker a Zog slave. What a year. Yeah, dude, I know. Here's Zog slave Hassan Piker admitting that he works with the mainstream Democratic Party, giving them on advice on how to mislead the youth. This guy gets so Bad Empanada gets so horny to just fucking schizo post about me that he just forgets how to fucking type sometimes.
If you're willing to ask somebody like Hassan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent and
dog? You just did the argument. It's so funny that he just straight up did not understand the point that I was making. The point that I'm making is all of this stuff about like transgender people, transgender athletes existing in society, they're immaterial. Okay, they're obviously important for trans people, but they're not important for people who aren't trans. That you and others like you use or drive the salience of these issues to the forefront of the conversation to divide the working class. When in fact, if we were arguing on whether or not the working class deserves more autonomy in their workplace, deserves more control over their productive output, whether they deserve health care, for example, the conversation would not favor the right at all. But the right knows this, which is why they have to constantly be like, no, we have to talk about trans people, whether they should be allowed in fucking, civilized society or not. And then he immediately doubles down and goes, yeah, don't listen to this guy. He just wouldn't. Yeah. The argument is, would you be fine with trans people existing? But also, if that same party was offering you fucking healthcare. And I think many people would say yes to that, right? Because the reality of the matter is, if you're a cis guy, why the fuck do you care if trans people participate in like high school athletics or what, or not? Like, why would you care about that? What has that done to your life that Donald Trump has actively destroyed it, right? Donald Trump has successfully implemented these initiatives where he's banned, transgender athletes from participating in NCAA competitions. Has that made your life a little bit better? Is rent cheaper now? No, of course not. Do you have health care? No, of course you don't. Because that's a deflection. That's a deflection from the real issues. And that's precisely the point I'm making. Of course, Asmongold doesn't want his audience to hear that conversation, because then they'll be like, wait a minute, this makes sense. So he has to constantly make sure that their audience is like going back to the important matters. What is this? The Breakfast Club glazing you? What do you mean? Is that like from, did you just link me Netflix? That's crazy. You just.
By the way, everything is quote unquote transactional when you're dealing with a child.
But I also disagree with this gentleman just said. And the reason I disagree is also how you raise your kids, right? They
What does this have to do with anything? Well, anyway, why is he even doing that for? What's the point? I mean, he just has to hit these divisive narratives. He has to go back to his fucking roots, Telemundo has noticed you. Wait, what is this? Telemundo will launch the mini series El Turco on Monday as a part of the network's triple premiere night. Oh, hell yeah. Turks on top. We're back, boys. We're back. We were not the table any longer, and that was devastating. Islamabad became the table. It was no longer Istanbul. That was the table. And all of a sudden, we're back. Not only are we the table, we're the chairs. We're the tablecloth. We're the plates on top of the table. El Turco. Okay? Turk varma. That's all I'm saying. Why isn't your hair that long? Because it just didn't look good. Just didn't look good when it was like that. Yeah, Asmongold panics and quickly closes Hassan's video after realizing Hassan described him perfectly. Culture war narratives try to divide the working class. Asmongold, don't listen to this man. Don't ever listen to this. Men and women's sports. Yeah. Anyway, so good stuff there. Speaking of which, I also had another interesting experience last night on Twitter. There's this guy, Brandon Buckingham, who's like a massive, I don't know if he still is, but he used to be a massive fan of Sam Hyde. He's a pedophile, neo-Nazi, right? And he tried to do like a call-out post on me, and I saw it, and I was like, sure. I mean, I'm fucking down to aid in this endeavor. And then he just didn't respond to me, which I think is very strange, right? So he once famously tried to, months after the fact, he tried to approach me at a Moist Critical event. And you know, he was trying to fucking talk about Sam Hyde, and I was just like, yeah, man, I don't fuck with pedophile Nazis. Like, I'm not trying to be around them. I don't know why you're defending them, right? And he was so purple red when he mustered up the courage to finally come up to me to talk about his, you know, the guy he's wearing on a shirt is a pedophile neo-Nazi. That he never actually got what he wanted out of that back and forth interaction. So months later, he just lied about it. I spoke to this guy who told me he would rather steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from child cancer research in exchange for not being in the same room as someone he suspected of being a Nazi. All his friends agreed, which is funny when Myth actually came in with a kill shot because he's standing right there. This is right after Creator Clash. He goes, it's funny how you were talking about making amends and being chill regardless of our differences in beliefs. Then 2 months later, grew the balls to tweet this. Bro was red in the face and stuttering while talking to us too. Funny, right? And since then, you know, he has, I'll give him credit. Oh, he responded 20 minutes ago? Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm down to do it. Anyway, yesterday he posted this. He said, my friends in Lebanon and Palestine believe Hassan Piker only talks about their conflict for personal gain. He has made millions speaking on their suffering while sitting in his ivory tower. It's time Hassan flies to Lebanon to help people in need. I helped dozens of families with only $10,000. I imagine the difference he could make if he actually cared about people dying in the Middle East, boarded the flight, and brought them aid himself. Now, I think what's really funny about this is a white boy telling me, a Turkish guy, that I don't travel to the Middle East. I don't know anything about the Middle East. And you know, it's fine. It's very clear. It's very clear that he was trying to like bait me into some kind of thing, and it didn't work because I was like, sure, you know, I did it. Why can't he? For years, he has morally grandstanded and acted like these people matter to him. His audience thinks he cares, but why won't he go to Lebanon and help? I know hundreds of families being bombed who desperately need the money, Hassan. Enough role-playing, take action. I can connect you with the families in need in South Lebanon. Less than 1% of your money can save thousands of lives. Will you help them? So I just responded with, we have our disagreements, but I appreciate your coverage on Lebanon, which I did. He made a video. He went to Lebanon. He made a video about Lebanon and what Lebanon was going through. And I thought it was, you know, I thought it was pretty good, especially because he has a very different audience than I do. And that audience seeing the plight of the Lebanese population because of, you know, Israel's relentless bombing campaign is a good thing, right? So I'm always willing to let bygones be bygones. So I said, look, we have our disagreements, but I liked your Lebanon coverage. Send me what orgs you're working with, and I'll gladly send money and even set up a fundraiser. I've worked with and fundraised millions for ANIRA, PCRF, Red Crescent, UNRWA, and Heal Palestine in the past, which is true, right? I'm in Lebanon and very much appreciate Hassan the Hun's coverage of what's happening here. He's been a crucial voice in the last 2 years. I also appreciate your Lebanon documentary, Buckingham Show, and I'm down to offer any help to raise money for my country. So I don't know if he's like still a Sam Hyde fan or not, but it is kind of strange because, you know, this is a very like YouTuber way of approaching the subject, implying that I haven't like fundraised actively, for ANIRA, which also works in Lebanon as well. I recently had a conversation with someone from ANIRA at one of these events I went to where they literally said to me that this community was the first major fundraiser because we came in hot, like right after. We came in right after October 7 when no one else wanted to touch the fucking subject with a 10-foot pole and immediately started fundraising for the Palestinians. And I'm very proud of that. You know, we fundraised on numerous initiatives, but like the first one was for ANIRA, Palestinian Red Crescent, and PCRF. So like that was to the tune of $1.2 million, I think. It was like $1.2 million. And it's you know, I think it's one of my best accomplishments, one of this community's most important accomplishments. And it really helped, apparently, according to the people that work at these organizations, because no one else wanted to do it at the time because they were worried, you know? But of course, like when I go to places and deliver humanitarian aid directly, then people say it's performative. So I don't know why he's like, I don't think this is a sincere request, but I'm going to treat it as though it's a sincere request because I think there's no reason to what do you call it? There's no reason to like take this stuff at face value and then not make something positive work out of it, right? But it is what it is. The thing that makes it weird is he chose to do it in a reply to a click of you talking about getting gaped. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. We boulder through. But yeah, I think it's kind of gross to be like, my friends in Lebanon and Gaza hate you. Like to use Israel's violence as a talking point to like advance some kind of fucking YouTube meta is somewhat childish. And of course, you know, people will lean into this and then be like, oh, Hassan, he's right. Hassan is hated by the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people. They think he's fake. They think he's phony. And this is the type of thing that I have seen from not just this guy, but like even people who consider themselves to be fucking leftists. And I don't really understand where this attitude is coming from. Why do we feel so comfortable in the Western world to talk about these issues as though they are, you know, as though they're done already? Like people are still being murdered, right? Every single fucking day. There's Palestinians being murdered in Gaza every single fucking day. There's Lebanese people being murdered in Lebanon every single fucking day by Israel. And the idea that this is like advancing some sort of like YouTube beef is really, really stupid. But this isn't him being genuine. Yeah, I know it's not him being genuine. He's trying to make it into a drama thing. And immediately Ethan Klein also seized on the opportunity. Ethan Klein constantly wants me to be physically in the proximity of Israel's drone strikes. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with that. Remember when he was like, why don't you go to Gaza? Oh, that's right. You can't go to Gaza. You're a fucking bitch. And now he's like, why don't you go to Lebanon, Hassan? It's pretty crazy. It's pretty strange that Ethan Klein will take any initiative. He'll never just like fundraise for these issues on his own. He'll only do it if there's a YouTube drama attached to it. He'll only do it if he can get me to be in physical proximity of Israeli drone strikes and Israeli bombing campaigns. I find it very strange. I'm not going to say he wants me to be fucking murdered by the state of Israel. Actually, I will say that. I'm pretty sure he just wants me to be in that situation so he doesn't have to think about me any longer. Which is, you know, there's easier ways of no longer thinking about me, which is, I don't know, you can just like live your life. It's odd. It's odd that his talking point always is, why won't you go and be in physical proximity of the Israeli state so they can fucking assassinate you? He praised them bombing Lebanon recently, so yes, he does. Oh my God. Anyway, I would bet a lot that he's talking to Hen Mazik and getting told to push the idea of you traveling, even if he doesn't personally want you to get blown up. Yeah, I don't know. But in any case, strange stuff all around. When YouTubers get involved in stuff like this, it just turns into something so gross, in my opinion. Don't know why. Yeah. Oh, here. This is the one. Ethan Klein offers $10,000 for Hassan Piker to Hassan Piker for travels to Lebanon. Ethan recently supported Israel's bombing of Lebanon, which has now killed over 3,500 people and injured 11,000.
Lebanon when they started launching rockets again.
That's why, yeah, I always don't understand the conversations where it's like, why is Israel doing all that? Well,
but there is a reason. So, like, if you want to actually.
By the way, these are the very same people that were cheering on the Trump administration potentially prosecuting me for my trip to Cuba. So I don't think these guys actually want me to go and help the Lebanese population at all. Okay? Just saying, I don't think any of these guys give a fuck about the Lebanese people. I don't think they care about, what the Israeli government is doing. I'll be charitable to Brandon Buckingham. He did go to Lebanon, and he did actually humanize the victims of Israel's violence in a way that you normally don't see from content creators. So I'll at least give him that, right? But I don't think Ethan Klein cares about the Lebanese population. Here he is talking about how valid it is to fucking blow them up, how valid it is to destroy Dahia, how valid it is that Israel's blowing up Beirut again, right? Something that he's been in defense of over and over again. The very same podcast that has also celebrated when the Trump administration, the fucking fascist Trump administration, decided to prosecute me potentially, right? For my humanitarian aid trip to fucking Cuba. So obviously, I don't think he wants me to go to Lebanon because he sincerely cares about me helping the Lebanese population, where he's on the one hand defending their bombing, right? I think he wants a kinetic situation to take place in the hands of either Israel or maybe the Trump administration. It's fucking gross. It's gross. It is the grossest, most narcissistic, most selfish motherfucking thing. It's pure Israel behavior, by the way, 100% spiritually Israeli. I'm gonna let a larger, more powerful force take care of a problem for me. In this circumstance, Israel always relies on America. Here is Ethan Klein relying on the state of Israel.
Like, have a real conversation about.
It's being shot at from all directions: Houthis, Lebanon, and Iran. So,
well, for a long time it was just Iran. And Hezbollah.
Not a long time.
No, Hezbollah just recently got into it. They were staying out of it.
Yes, I mean, you're saying long. It's not that long.
No, I mean,
but
since this whole shit with Iran started.
Yeah. For
Hezbollah
years,
wasn't
it was
launching.
from Gaza. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure if Theo Vaughn, if there was rockets coming from Mexico, he wouldn't be like, yo, what's with America, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they just leave Mexico alone? Israel only invaded Lebanon when they started launching rockets again.
That's why, I always don't understand the conversations.
Wrong. Israel never stopped murdering Lebanese people with drone strikes, even before Hezbollah started retaliating. It's wrong. It's bullshit. Hezbollah just retaliated when the Iranian campaign started after Israel blew up Iran. Ethan did this last year too. I can't get any security assurances. It's Israel that he's worried about. Lapsy Klein. Israel killed over 50,000 people, including 15,000 plus children. Israel killed over 200 journalists. Israel broke the ceasefire and murdered 200 children. Genocide is a joke to them. Yeah, they literally think that like Israel wouldn't fucking assassinate Westerners that are able to get into Gaza. Like, they're so fucking insane. Who would protect me in that situation too? It's not like the American government would turn around and be like, wow, how dare you kill an American citizen who's there to do journalism, right? How dare you do that? It would never, not in a million fucking years. Okay? Why the fuck would they? Of course they wouldn't. The American government would be like, oh, thank God you did it. Now we don't have to deal with the fucking legal repercussions ourselves. Anyway. So, having said that, there is a couple Asmongold takes that I wanted to look at. One was, he has now decided, on the one hand, he's like, Nick Fuentes is based, right? And that he's a funnel for Nick Fuentes. On the other hand, he keeps telling his audience that, this Israel stuff is boring and silly, and no one should talk about it, and no one should consider it. I don't think he's like intelligent enough to recognize what he's doing. So I suspect that he's just seeing on his timeline, like the people that he cribs, the people that he fucking steals the talking points of, that they're also trying to navigate this space where they're like, yo, don't talk about Israel anymore, And I assume that's what's going on here. This is the other take that I saw that is really funny. Let's take a look at what he was saying. It's not the top 2% of wealth that's oppressing you. It's the bottom 2%.
Intelligent and smart people. The problem, people are really not going to like this. You're not being oppressed by the top 2% of society. You're being oppressed by the bottom 2% of society. And the bottom 2% of society have caused
Yeah, it's not the wealthiest that control society. It's actually the poorest. Okay? Brilliant take, dude. This is the real working class whisperer right here. That's awesome.
The manifest problems in your lives are caused by the bottom 2% in society.
Yeah. Careful, the most impoverished, powerless people in society are the ones oppressing you and causing all the problems is certainly a take. Correct. They are functional animals who should be institutionalized via either prison or mental asylums. I think there's something really funny about Asmongold and his audience because they are in the bottom 2% of society. Like, Asmongold obviously is in the top 2% of wealth and the top 1% of wealth, right? But he LARPs as though he is an everyman, right? He LARPs as though he is in the bottom 2% of society. And his audience is literally in the bottom 2% of their own respective nations, like a bunch of shut-ins that don't really do anything and are just like angry and want everyone else's lives to be fucking dog shit too. And it's really funny that he just gets to present this narrative where there's like those who are even lesser than you that are actually the people who are responsible. I mean, it's a typical take from a 1%er. Asmongold is a 1%er. He LARPs as though he's not, right? He dresses like shit. He doesn't shower. He lives in filth. And a lot of people think that is a lot of people see that and think, no, this is a real one. This guy is a real one. He doesn't own multiple businesses. He's not like a multimillionaire, right? Except he is. He is another multimillionaire telling you that people like you are the reason why you're failing. It's not the wealthy people that have designed this system to ensure that you don't actually ever make ends meet, that we don't have profound amounts of wealth and productive output out there that could be used in a more productive manner to make sure that there are more egalitarian outcomes for people like yourself, that no one should fucking suffer. No one should fucking suffer and barely make ends meet when they got one single fucking job. People should be able to take care of a family and own a home on one income, okay? That's how it used to be, and that's how it should be. And yet the system's design, led by parasitic capital, parasitic forces of capital, has made it so that you have to do gig economy work, that you have to work longer hours and basically become a fucking servile little slave to super wealthy people or upper middle class people, okay? And then barely make ends meet in the aftermath of all that and can never own a fucking home. You have to literally be a permanent renter for the rest of your life. And then these guys turn around and say, it's actually the bottom 2% that's fucking your life up. He's a rich guy telling you, the average Joe, that you and others that are maybe worse off than you are the reason why society is busted. It's not the wealthy. Don't look up. You know how people say, like, it's not a left-right thing, it's an up versus down thing, it's a top versus bottom thing, right? That's true. Asmongold is doing this brilliant thing where he goes, it's not left-right, it's top versus bottom, and the bottom is at fault. Incredible. They can't be rehabilitated. They can only be removed from society. The biggest weakness of Western society is the lie that all men are created equal. Yeah, this is how you stay oppressed, by the way. This is how you stay oppressed. If you are in his audience and you listen to him say this stuff and you go, yeah, that's actually based. It's actually the homeless people that are at fucking fault. That's how you stay oppressed. It's crazy. I mean, yeah, it's Nazi shit, but it's also wrong, right? I'm not just going to sit here and say, oh, that's Nazi commentary and then let it sit like that. Because at this point, unfortunately, people do actually, love the Nazi shit. It doesn't have that same stink associated with it nowadays. So you have to also explain why it's wrong. Okay? Anyway, it's not the Chad's fault women won't date us. It's the betas. It doesn't even make sense from an incel perspective. Of course it doesn't make sense. It's just fundamentally flawed thinking. Who do you think has more say in what happens in society? Fucking Peter Thiel or the random homeless person that's like lost their damn minds after being devoid of housing, devoid of shelter for like a decade? The homeless person needs help. And the system that doesn't help that homeless person is designed by the likes of fucking Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And I guess they're brave propaganda warriors like Asmongold. Anytime Asmongold tells you It's actually the working poor that are in these horrible circumstances. They could be that could become homeless at a moment's notice. Is the most powerful entity and is the reason why people are fucking suffering and why people are failing. Every time Asmongold says that and people believe it, they lose track of who's actually controlling this structure, this organization of the economy, and it's certainly the capital owners. He's basically doing in both that content and in that commentary right there, what Asmongold is doing is exactly the same thing people do all the time. Don't talk about class war, only talk about culture war. It's no different than what he's doing here, where he goes, I bring up the fact that culture war narratives try to divide the working class, right? And there are a lot of culture warriors that desperately try to tell you, like, oh, it's the trans people, it's the transgenders that are ruining your lives, and it's not. Transgender people have no fucking say in your transgender people have no say in you not being able to take time off from your work, you not getting the wages or the necessary benefits that you actually earn, that you deserve, right? It's not undocumented migrants that are doing that to you. It's actually your bosses. It's the forces of capital that's doing that to you. And these guys literally go, no. Remember trans people. Remember transgender people. Isn't that scary?
That the working class is experiencing. Because at the end of the day, the working class is the biggest base of support. That's just the reality. And all matter of culture wars and culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get.
Don't ever listen to this. The culture war. He doesn't have. Listen.
See, don't ever listen to this culture war. Transgender.
If you're willing to, ask somebody like Hassan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent?
Remember, trans people exist, guys. Remember, dude, I love you. My one Albanian chatter, okay? My one Albanian chatter. You need to stop spamming, brother, okay? I'm not going to get into the Flamingo Revolution right now. Maybe later, okay? I love you. I love Albania. I love Dua Lipa, okay? Albania mentioned Ra, okay? I know the fucking Kushners are trying to seize an island to turn it into like Little St. James off the coast. I know, okay? I know, I'm aware, and the Albanians are rising up. I know. God damn, dude. Look at this. Holy shit. I'm going to get to it, man. I'm aware. Albania, rise up. Albania #1. None of this would happen if the Ottomans were still in control. I'm just saying. The Ottomans would have never allowed Jared Kushner and Ivanka to go and purchase a piece of Albanian territory, an Albanian land, to turn it into an Epstein Island style situation, okay? Decultists love Asmongold now.
You are.
Asmongold calls Hassan an invasive species infecting the Democrat Party. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrats. You want to infect the Democrat policy with Middle Eastern identity politics.
You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrats. You want to infect Democrat policy.
Yeah, with with divisive issues like that the overwhelming majority of people agree on, which is let's not give money to Israel any longer. Let's fix our fucking potholes at home. When Donald Trump says this shit, everybody loves it. This guy loved talking about it when Donald Trump was saying it, but when I say it, I'm saying it Islamic style, I guess. You are the enemy from within, he says. Yeah, dude, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. What am I saying? I'm saying, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we had nicer things? We have the money for it. Why is it going to fucking Israel? Why is it going to endless wars overseas? It's not just in the fucking Middle East, it's in Latin America too. Why are we doing all this shit? It's for a small group of people that are profiting off of this death and destruction, but it's not good for the average American. Can we please get fucking healthcare? Free healthcare, please. That's my argument.
With Middle Eastern identity politics.
Yeah, he can't fucking turn this into a Brownoid argument, right? He can't. Because a lot of white people agree with me on this, okay? Myself, I am white as well, but a lot of real whites also agree with this. It's fucking stupid. He is trying to do the same thing that like all of those weird edgy accounts that are weirdly pro-Israel but will say anti-Semitic shit are doing, right? They're trying to turn this into like, oh, it's brown coded to care about what Israel's profound level of control over American foreign policy. That's a brownoid thing. We should be servile to the needs of Israel. That's what the real whites care about. Is that the argument that you're making? Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. Yeah, it's brownoid, dude. It's brownoid. It's brown coded to say, hey, maybe America should get to dictate what Israel does and doesn't do because America is the fucking superpower in this equation.
That's the reason why they don't want to have anything to do with you. You are an invasive species into the liberal and Democrat movement and party. You seek to
It's so funny that Asmongold is saying this when he is literally eating Donald Trump's dick and balls on a daily fucking basis. And there are liberals out there who will hear him say this and go, hey, this fucking neo-Nazi that we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a solid take here. Yeah. Guy who fucking despises your movement turns around and tells you what's best for your movement that he despises. Ultra right-wing content creator with 95% extremist right-wing audience is for sure worried about the Democratic Party. Who buys this? Fucking Sex Pest in his audience, dude. That's who. They're like, hey, this fucking rabid transphobe who literally says the most unhinged anti-immigrant shit, who is the biggest dick rider of Donald Trump, actually really cooked with this. Okay? He really cooked with this take. He's right. But once again, he'll never have this conversation with me personally. He can't do it because he's fucking terrified. Because he knows that if we were to have a one-on-one conversation on camera, he would look like a fucking idiot because he is a fucking idiot. And his audience would probably turn on him after that conversation. They would go, okay, maybe you didn't know what the hell you were talking about. So he has to keep making it seem like he's farming drama, when in fact, he's just a terrified little right-wing propagandist actively telling his audience that things are going to be fine, that Trump is great, that you shouldn't worry about Israel's level of control over American foreign policy and even American domestic policy. He's just trying to tell him a little lullaby, right? Go back to sleep, little one. Don't worry. Remember, it's actually the undocumented migrants that are stealing from you. It's actually the homeless people that are fucking you over. It's actually the transgenders. Transgender. That's it. Okay. Donald Trump eradicated trans athletes. Donald Trump literally made it illegal to be trans and an athlete in the NCAA. Did your life get better? That was literally a year ago. That was 2 years ago. Did your life get better since then? Did you experience any fucking material improvements in your life? No, of course you didn't. Is that fixing the fucking gas prices? Giving Israel more money? Is that going to fix your gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to actually improve inflation? Is the cost of living more manageable? We've been giving Israel $10 billion a fucking year on top of everything else that we've been doing, $300 billion since the inception of the nation state over the course of the last 80 fucking years, right? Have things gotten better in that process, on that timeline, especially in the last 2 to 3 years? Have things gotten better? Has ICE improved your lives? Elon Musk is a fucking trillionaire. What good did that do for you? Did it do anything for you that's positive? No, of course not.
And take them over and co-opt their platform for your own by using these big, emotionally charged issues to force your policy down everybody else's throats. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah. Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. It's awesome. Yeah. Why would he care about what helps with the Democrats? He doesn't. He doesn't actually. He does not. He's trying to present the Israel-Palestine issue as an issue that only brownoids care about. Okay. He's trying to be the edgy boy He's trying to be the edgy boy that tells his edgy audience like this Israel stuff is just like brown coded. It's only Middle Easterners and brownoids who give a shit about this. Like you shouldn't fucking care about this. Okay? Yeah. MAGA right wingers, real white guys don't care about this stuff. It's like, do they? Do they not? Because I feel like you're a little terrified. You're a little terrified of broaching that conversation. You know? You keep saying that word? Yes, dude, I'm allowed to say it. He's referencing me in that with that word. What do you want me to fuck? Shut the fuck up, okay? Oh my God, you're saying brownoid. Yes, dude. Yes, I am. I'm saying it. Bitch ass motherfuckers in the chat. Oh my God, this dude is still spamming the flamingo revolution. Brother, take a fucking day off, dude. Jesus Christ. I said I was going to fucking get to it, but you're literally spamming it. Clearly, you're not listening to me. You're just in here like a chat bot.
Netanyahu informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement. Okay, you know what? Like the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these fucks. You just go in there, you bomb the shit out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of like, why are we trying to micromanage Israel? Yeah, why are we doing this, base, baby?
After he told him that, he said, "Did the Albanian government buy you?" Oh, so he did actually fucking, he did actually hear what I was saying. And he just didn't give a shit. No, man, the Albanian government didn't buy me. Why the fuck would the Albanian government buy me? Why the fuck? Oh my God. So stupid. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I think he should keep bombing them. By the way, I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it. And they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets in. I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking one. And only then will the people there have peace. That's good. Yeah, and never.
Yeah, it's based if Israel defies America. Yeah, it's based, guys. Hey, guys. Okay, is this guy getting paid? Like, what's happening here? Is he getting paid for this propaganda? Because at least he should get paid for it, right? Because if he's doing this kind of unbelievable propaganda for Israel, and he's doing it for free, he's the biggest fucking moron on the planet, okay? Please watch the video I linked. It's so on point. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm sorry. What is this? Okay, now I'm clicking on it. No.
Negotiate with terrorists. No. Exactly. Lebanon's a semi-Western country. It is. It's disappointing that they're being taken over by these freaks. So, yeah, that's it. Remember the pager attacks? I do. APAC funded. Right. Yeah. And,
yeah. See, even his audience is like, bro, what are you saying right now? Because, like, here he is. So he's obviously a MAGA dick writer, right? Like, that's all he does. And now that JD Pondon has decided, actually, we're moving in a different direction, this war has been lost, and we have to fucking manage this retreat, and a part of that means restraining Israel, now he's actually outflanking Donald Trump. He's now going, America first? Actually, I don't care about America first. It's America last now. Here he is lambasting. Yeah, you think, for the record, you think that this back in November 5th, 2025 is indicative of his current position? Because this only shows inconsistency. Someone rolled a clip of him literally saying Israel is not really important. I'm not going to talk about Israel's control over American foreign policy any longer, because he recently pivoted, and I noticed it and I called it out. He recently pivoted as the Hasbara budget 5x'd in real time, which is part of the reason why I'm saying, maybe he has maybe he's getting a piece of that Hasbara budget, because recently he started saying, especially with this like Iran United States conflict, like we should just like lay off Israel. We should stop talking about Israel. And it's actually based if Israel continues bombing Lebanon, defying Donald Trump's orders, right? How is that America first?
And this is the thing to me, right? I see this and I think to myself, why the fuck would I vote for this retard? Why?
This is from 2025. His newer take is actually Israel should defy Trump's orders. Israel should ruin the ceasefire that Trump actually worked hard on. So which one is it? He literally has said,
again,
over and over again, he literally has said over and over and over again recently that talking about Israel's involvement in American politics is actually boring and it's actually crazy. It's causing people to be schizophrenic or whatever the fuck. There's no way this chud doesn't watch Asmold, right? Okay, fuck that video. I'm looking for a specific video where I heard him recently say, something along the lines of like that the anti-Israel politics is something that we shouldn't be even talking about any longer because it's just like fucking boring. I think I saw like a Sneeko reaction to it, but it was literally this outfit that he was wearing. So it's probably from one of these clips.
Like it's Israel. Israel's so bad. These people are trying to blow you up too, bro. Like that's it. And we can't have Lebanon looking like Gaza by the end of this though. That's not my problem. Like what they do over in the Middle East, like whatever they want to blow up, whatever they don't want to blow up, it's not my fucking problem. I don't care. I just don't want to have any terrorists. That's it. That's the only thing that affects me as an American. There are no terror cells in the Middle East.
It's also weird that he's super pro Nick Fuentes and yet now is being pro Israel because he has no positions. These are not like well thought out positions. He's just literally reacting to stimuli. I think this was it. Yeah.
Informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S. Iran agreement.
So he hears about peace and then he starts laughing because Israel wants war.
Amen. Okay, you know what? Like the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these fucks. You just go in there, you bomb the shit out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other,
he's saying base Benjamin Netanyahu. He's saying base Benjamin Netanyahu for defying Trump's orders. By the way,
afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of why are we trying to micromanage Israel?
Yeah.
Why are we doing this, base, baby? Yeah, I think he should keep bombing them, by the way.
Someone in the chat said
I want to see. I don't care about Sneeko's commentary on this. I want to hear what Asmongold has to say.
Again, they're
literally starts as a name now and then they're like, oh, we need to kill these terrorists. You created them.
Again, they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets in. I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking one.
Yeah, here he's trying to present it as like based, right? So it is this clip. He is basically trying to present Benjamin Netanyahu defying Trump's orders as based to his audience, when in fact it's literally spoiling the fucking ceasefire deal that Trump put together. So his highest priority here is to defend Israel. Can't be stupid enough to be this kind of pro-Israel propaganda for free. He's finally found something he disagrees with Trump on. Why is your neck slouching? Is the suit sticking up? Is the suit sticking up? Anyway. All right. On that note, let's move on from this and let's talk about the White House press conference that Donald Trump did. He held a press conference at G7, and we'll cover this.
Accomplish everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
I gotta pee.
And preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. that was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, you know, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders, but they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change, nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders, a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about
outfit
the possibility
change.
of peace.
That's right, dude. Here at the Hasanabi broadcast, the most dynamic broadcast of all time, when I get bullied by my audience, outfit change. Just kidding. I just got these tailored and they just came in and I wanted to wear this anyway. I wanted to wear something cool for boots. This one was famously very big on me and I got it changed up. So now it fits. Fox News article about you. Hassan Piker claims Israel has no right to exist in its current form. Yep. The left-wing streamer compared the question to asking whether Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa should have continued. It's existed for far longer than Israel has. Israel only existed since 1948. The archaeological record concerning Israel would disagree with you, Mr. Piker, hypocrisy hunter. Piker is a despicable misanthrope. I write that knowing all misanthropes are despicable. He's earned a badge of that, for which I do not have a better descriptive. Strange how Piker brings up all sorts of historical atrocities, but never brings up October 7th. I really thought that there would be... what is Western Journal? Oh, thank you. The fuck is Western Journal? Defending and advancing Western civilization? Okay. Are you the manager of the base department? No, this is the type of stuff. This is the type of commentary that I always that I expect the Fox News audience to like low-key be on board with when they encounter it. Why are you posing for days when my wife can freely read it? Sorry. RIP to your marriage, big dog. RIP to your marriage, big dog.
The stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big. Tells you something. And you know, I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not
Joe
want to be
Biden
was
and
the
Barack
late, great
Hussein
Herbert
Obama.
Hoover. I didn't want that.
Very bad.
And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, the heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan, him and Bridget, they did a great job. But they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2, 3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months, could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens, it's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something, 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane, and we followed him, and in all fairness.
Oh my God, he's Mr. Ramble, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my God, it's always what is bro yapping about, dude. It is Yap City. Oh my God, he is a grade A yapper, brother. Gay, okay? Grade A yapper. Gay. Gay as hell. Enough. Give us the fucking take on the MOU, man. Come on now. We just want to hear what you have to say about the Memorandum of Understanding. We do not care about how awesome you are at murdering people overseas. There's real drama here, folks. There's real drama here because the Iranian side has an understanding of the memorandum of understanding that is apparently different than the American side's understanding of the memorandum of understanding, which isn't actually a real ceasefire negotiation, but instead a memorandum of understanding that is supposed to be signed on Friday in Geneva that will then kickstart the process of ceasefire negotiation for the next 60 days. That will then, at the end of that 60-day ceasefire conversation, will create, hopefully, long-standing peace. But this memorandum of understanding has turned into a memorandum of misunderstanding. And I think part of that is because there are a lot of L's that the American side is supposed to take here. And of course, they don't want to take the L visibly, publicly. It's uncomfortable. They lost. We lost. The American side lost this battle. It is an unambiguous defeat. There has never been a moment where you attack a smaller country, a middle power, a regional power, and then they gain more leverage, and then you don't abide by their fucking demands. They have more leverage now. They closed the Strait of Hormuz. They made the markets scream. It's over. Of course, CNN has read the official MOU. U.S. releases official agreement with Iran. Read the 14-point text, but we shall go through it and see what the language looks like, what the concessions are on the Iranian side, what the concessions are on the American side. But I don't care about this other shit that Donald Trump is talking about. I mean, of course, he'll say, like, Obama did the JCPOA. He sent pallets of cash to Iran. We're not doing that. It's a far greater amount of money that we are giving to Iran now, which they do deserve, for the record. They do deserve reparations. That's how it goes. If you start a war and you lose that war, then yes, the other side that won the war gets to make demands that you have to listen to. The problem here, of course, is that Donald Trump has real red lines. One of them is clearly a full-blown invasion, right? He doesn't want to have that be his legacy. He has always been very restrained when it comes to additional troop commitments, amassing enough troops, and actually fucking full-blown invading another country. We know that he doesn't like that. We know he does not like that. Okay? What he likes is fast and swift aerial bombardment campaigns, in and out assassinations, decapitations, or kidnappings of sovereign nations leaders, and then doing regime change, and then getting favorable contracts, extracting natural resources, and advancing the imperialist cause, but in a much swifter way. Okay? He is not going to commit, as far as I can see, to going up the escalation ladder. Israel certainly wants him to go up the escalation ladder. Israel certainly wants Donald Trump to invade Iran. Boots on the ground, military warfare. Trump doesn't want to do it. So if he's not going to do it, he has to concede. There's no guarantee that America would win this war if they actually invaded Iran militarily either. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say this would be death and destruction galore. And I don't think it would actually piece up Iran in the way that Israel wants to. It would just destroy the refining capabilities in the region that is 20% of the entire world's oil and gas supply. It would ruin the markets. It would ruin the only thing Trump cares about. You would be molesting the money a little too much at that point, and he'd start getting boss calls from Jamie Dimon and numerous others to be like, cut this shit out, you fucking idiot. He knows that. He knows that it's beneficial for him and his buddies as long as he can maintain this back and forth. Is there a ceasefire? Is there not a ceasefire? Maybe we can make some money here and there in the process, but there is a level of money molestation that he cannot abide by, that he's not willing to commit. It's clear that he wanted this to be fast. He wanted this to be swift. And when it turned into a military quagmire, he wanted to pull out. And he has pulled out in the past with the Ansar Allah movement, where they started Operation Prosperity Guardian, as Felix Biederman likes to call Operation Amazon Guardian, Amazon Shipment Guardian. They blew up Sanaa. They blew up Yemen. It didn't work. It didn't actually deter the Houthis from piecing up American naval assets in the region. And he had to literally cut a side deal with them where he said, you can keep shooting Israeli ships if you want, but just stop shooting our ships and we'll stop blowing up territory in Yemen. Right? Can you explain the Jamie Dimon connection? Could use a refresher. Jamie Dimon is just a holdover here. I'm just using him as like one, I'm using him as a stand-in for the forces of capital. Very wealthy people, very powerful people who have famously given him boss calls in the past to tell him to cut the shit out because they're actually hurting the markets, right? A little bit of instability can be beneficial for these power players who can move around, move their assets around with ease. That volatility is obviously not good for you if you're a regular working stiff, right? But they can make money when the market is maybe a little unstable, especially if they have, knowledge of what Trump is going to say and do ahead of time, trading on non-public information. But too much instability, too much volatility, too much warfare, and no one's making money. Okay? And it's clear from what we've seen thus far from Trump's past performance that invading Iran with boots on the ground military warfare is going to yield too much instability. Iran is a stable actor in this situation, but Iran is not an actor that you can control. So its retaliation, its continuation of blocking the Strait of Hormuz would not be beneficial for a lot of the regional partners, a lot of the partners in Asia. Clearly, the Gulf doesn't want this. The GCC doesn't want this. And they're willing to bribe Iran to stop the pain. That's where we're at now. That's what's going on. Now, of course, there's one party that hates this. And that is the Israel firsters, okay? Those who don't care about international markets, those who very clearly don't care about Iranian lives, those who don't care about the lives of the people living in the Gulf, the people that don't care about the global markets at all. People like Ben Shapiro. Let's take a look at his reaction.
That said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president. So that said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual...
Yeah. Notice that the MOU didn't say crime should be illegal. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he's very, very upset. And he's not the only person, right? There are obviously other people who are on the opposing side, supposedly, of the ideological spectrum that are going on MS Now, formerly known as MSNBC, and also railing against this deal. Here is MSNBC in full-blown meltdown over the Iran deal. Okay, freaking the fuck out. Like I said, a lot of people are going to show where their allegiances are. The word repentance is misused and misinterpreted by Christian nationalists. Okay, I don't care.
Kind of settlement other than...
Here is a never Trump Republican who's freaking out over Trump restraining Israel or even potentially demanding restraint from Israel. If you only care about Israel's Greater Israel project, its expansionist project, of course you're going to be very frustrated that Donald Trump is actually telling Israel for the first time ever in the last 3 years, you can't do this anymore.
The Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
Yeah, it's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster for the Lebanese that Israel can't kill them. Okay? This is a disaster for the Lebanese. If Israel can't kill more Lebanese children, then how can Lebanon be free? If Israel doesn't take over more Lebanese territory, violate Lebanese sovereignty, how can the Lebanese feel free? Yes, this is correct, by the way. Ryan Grimm has a very good take on this. By humiliating Netanyahu, Trump is very clearly redirecting humiliation that otherwise would be Trump's onto him. Never underestimate Trump's ability to dodge responsibility, a true master at work. It's extra smart because the teeth gnashing from the pro-Israel camp will be so deafening and relentless and absurd, it'll drown everything else out. And the majority of the planet, livid at Netanyahu for talking Trump into this, is happy to pile on. That's literally the point here. Donald Trump is abdicating his own personal responsibility after being goaded into waging this war against Iran and losing this war. He's abdicating his own personal responsibility in the matter and offloading it to Israel. And Israel is obviously willing to be the piñata in this circumstance. Its loudest advocates are also willing to be the people who cry the hardest because it's sincere. They are actually mad because they're used to getting everything that they fucking want. Do you understand? They're used to getting everything they want. And their envoys in the Western world, people who obviously place the interests of Israel over the interests of America, over the interests of Americans, will also chirp just the same. This is a unique opportunity to openly point to people who are Israel first. Obviously, there's been plenty of other opportunities, but this is so clear. This is where you can even get MAGA on board because they love Donald Trump. They only like Israel because Donald Trump loves Israel. Okay, maybe some of them also have some kind of theological justification for demanding Israel's endless expansions. Sure, you know, the white evangelical Protestants who believe this will trigger the rapture. But ultimately, plenty of MAGA only care about Israel because their beautiful president, their cult leader cares about Israel. So now the cult leader doesn't care about Israel as much, at least in the way that he's communicating. Now you can actually see the cracks. Now you can actually drive a wedge between those who've been pro-Israel thus far. Anyone from this moment on that turns around, and talks about how Donald Trump is failing Israel will reveal themselves to care only about the interests of Israel and does not care about the interests of America or Americans. You cannot justify further incursions, further expansion in this moment when Trump is very clearly trying to manage this retreat. This person is going to try and say it's actually beneficial for the Lebanese population if Israel keeps murdering the Lebanese children.
That the Israelis are now being held back. And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want in Lebanon or anywhere. But the fact is that if we focus on Lebanon specifically, it's not there's no deal. It was Everybody was told to stop shooting, to put their arms down. We've now told one of our most important allies in the world that we don't want them defending themselves. The strike that Trump condemned over the weekend was a strike that was after a terrorist, a Hezbollah terrorist, wanted by the United States for having killed 5 Americans, kidnapped and killed 5 Americans, Mohammed Daktuk. And here we are telling our ally that that strike should have never happened because the Iranian regime gets shaky about it, because they're the ones suddenly that have the strength to negotiate from a position of strength. In Lebanon specifically, when you have a ceasefire that doesn't detail how Hezbollah is going to get disarmed, who's doing the disarmament, what happens with Israel, what are the terms of their withdrawal, what's the relationship between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries, what is the role of the U.S. military, it's a disaster because it emboldens Hezbollah to go out there. And by the way, they already are going out there saying, you see, it's the Iranians that...
Guys, you have to understand, this is not Fox News. This is MSNBC, now known as MS Now. This is what I mean when I say there is a bipartisan propaganda effort to greatly overemphasize Israel's importance in the region and place Israel's interests above the interests of Americans. Like, this is happening on the liberal side. This is supposed to be the furthest left mainstream media outlet. There are some wonderful voices on MS Now as well, some that I like quite a bit, you know. Chris Hayes comes to mind. But then there's also this. This is what I mean when I say it's fucking uniparty. This is not the Ellisons purchasing MS Now. MS Now is not purchased by the Ellisons.
Brought us peace. It's us who are bringing you peace. No one in Lebanon believes it, but now they're going to the extent of threatening coups against the government, saying that the Lebanese government that did everything it could to separate itself from the Iranian regime, to pursue...
Yeah, this is the problem with MS Now hiring a lot of never Trump Republicans, former anti-Trump Republicans. A lot of former anti-Trump Republicans were NATO Atlanticists themselves and thought that Trump would be too volatile and too dangerous to American imperial hegemony, which I guess they weren't technically wrong on. But in moments like this, they find themselves directly at odds with the base that they're trying to propagandize to. This causes more enmity. This causes MS Now to lose even more relevance and more credibility.
peace talks because they know it's in their national security interest to say, you know what, this government doesn't represent us and we don't want any kind of peace talks with Israel.
Yeah, the MSNBC female guest is saying the MOU is horrible for the Lebanese is named Hagar Shamali, her specialty being a think tank fellow at the Atlantic Council and a former Obama comms and NatSec staffer. Also runs a terrible political satire channel on YouTube. First, they heard from the Never Trump Republican. Then they heard from a NATO Atlanticist. Both of them are united on let Israel kill more Lebanese people. This is good for Lebanon. This is good for America. Israel's our most important ally. Why are they saying this? Why are they saying this? Well, because they want to fucking punish Trump. They want this deal to not go through because their primary interest is the continuation of the greater Israeli project. The mainstream freak out over the bad deal misses the crucial point. It was a bad war, which the U.S. and Israel decisively lost. The so-called bad deal is a byproduct of that loss. You have to reckon with the fact that it was a bad war and a lost war, and your analysis is garbage. Yes, of course it was a bad war, this guy says. Or rather, it was a war that Israel was decisively winning until General Bone Spurs insisted on joining and then got bored and screwed it up like he screws everything. He should have let Israel fight on their own without holding them back. There is no world. This is utter fantasy, okay? There is no fucking world where Israel gets to fight these wars on its own. Israel's never fought a war without unlimited Western support. It's fucking bullshit, as I've stressed this over and over again. When Israeli fighter jets, F-35 or F-22 fighter jets, are flying from Israeli airfields, they are fueled by American jet fuel. Those fighter jets are American fighter jets. Sure, they might have Israeli operating software in them, which is unique to Israel and Israel alone. No other country gets to have this kind of extra autonomy in this process. But those Israeli fighter jets are dumping, those are actually American fighter jets, and they're dumping American unguided and guided munitions. And in the process of flying from, sorry, they don't have F-22s. Only America has F-22s until they merge their military. And then they'll have F-22s as well. Apologies. When they're dumping munitions on Tehran, those are American munitions, okay? Those are American unguided bombs. Those are American guided munitions that we panic shipped over to Israel. In the process of flying from Tel Aviv to Tehran, because that journey is too long for fighter jets to commit to on one tank, they get refueled by American Stratotankers. Their targets that they identify are targets that they've identified with American intelligence. There is no point where Israel can wage a single fucking war without American go-ahead and without American munitions, without American jet fuel, and without American military hardware. So when people say, "Oh, let Israel commit these war crimes unrestrained," why are you actually impeding on Israel's ability to defend itself? What many people fail to comprehend is Israel can't do a single violent act without America's go-ahead, okay? It can't. Israel is not a sovereign country in that regard. Israel is not an autonomous country in that regard. Israel has only been able to carve out that sovereignty, that fake sovereignty, with an unbelievably sophisticated influence peddling operation in the Western world. Influence peddling operation that it's gotten the bandwidth to commit to because of its importance as an unsinkable aircraft carrier and an important and reliable Cold War ally during the Cold War. That's the reason why Israel has to dump millions, if not billions of dollars into Hasbara. That's the reason why Israel has to constantly try to stamp out its prominent critics in the Western world. Because if this tide turns, as it has already, okay, if this tide turns and American elected officials start turning on Israel because they say enough is enough, then Israel doesn't get to do any of the violent, belligerent things that it does. So I laugh whenever people say, "Oh, let Israel fight its own battles." Jeet here responds, "How exactly would Israel alone win a war that Israel and USA working together lost? That makes no sense. If Israel were capable of fighting alone, they would have. There's a reason why Netanyahu has been pushing U.S. presidents to fight this war for 40 years. Dude, if we could get a market deal with Iran, Israel literally has no bearing or importance to us whatsoever." No, there's a level of racism at play here. I don't think Americans will ever fully trust Iran, right? There's Orientalism at play here. It's the same reason why Europeans don't fully trust China. They'll try to secure better economic relationships with China, but they'll never fully commit to being in the sphere of influence of China. They don't even commit to leveraging a better relationship with China against the United States of America. So there is a level of Orientalism at play. And that's the same reason why America will never trust Turkey or Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates or Qatar, even though these countries are much more valuable militarily, Turkey is, or much more valuable because they are resource-rich nations, Saudi Arabia and the rest of the GCC, and also have billions of dollars that they dump in the direction of American initiatives, sometimes directly giving those billions of dollars to Jared Kushner or Donald Trump. And yet, America still obviously places a higher emphasis on protecting Israel and abiding by Israel's wishes, right? There's a reason for that.
Israel.
In any case, again, after all the talking point of Israel being the Middle East's greatest beacon of democracy was always rhetoric, Israel knows that if Middle Eastern countries were more democratic, they would be more antagonistic to Israel. Israeli foreign policy requires neighborly authoritarianism, which is true, yes. It's extremely disturbing that hardcore pro-Israel commentators seem to overwhelmingly lament that there isn't a brutal Sunni minority regime suppressing the Shia majority in Iraq and a brutal Alawite minority regime suppressing the Sunni majority in Syria. Israel does not care about democracy. Israel's an apartheid state. It's not a fucking democratic process. You can't have a democratic apartheid state. You can't democratically organize around doing a genocide to the indigenous population. Democracy doesn't mean anything at that point, right? This is a crucial point, and the reason why all Western rhetoric about democracy promotion rings so false. And in spite of the $100 billion that we burned here in the last 100 days, probably even more than $100 billion, maybe 200 billion, right? The 100 billion is the conservative estimate. Billions of dollars of radar installations that are gone and probably will never be replaced. A destruction of American force projection capabilities, complete collapse of America's force projection capabilities. Other allies far away from this region in the Asian theater, for example, are recalculating their allegiance to the United States of America. We blew all of that at the behest of Israel. Now, I don't personally think this is a bad thing. I know that this was an inevitability. I've been saying this for years, that America is declining as an empire. It's an empire in decline, and we must manage that decline, right? This was the heart of the speech that I delivered at Yale Union. Donald Trump is the accelerant, because Donald Trump leaned into Israeli nonsense. He listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. He didn't listen to his generals. He didn't listen to his own intelligence community. He listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. He was so high off of what he thought was a major victory in Venezuela, and he thought he could recreate it. But to give him credit, even though this is a classic Trump moment, he fucks something up, he ruins it, he molests the money, and then he turns around and stops the money molestation, and we're supposed to sit there and celebrate this decision. But to give him credit, he at least was not committed to full-blown invasion, a complete destruction, a complete cratering of American force projection capabilities, and maybe the American domestic economy as well. But let's hear from another Israel firster and what he had to say.
Israel's enemies are our enemies. I often say the reason they hate Israel is because Israel is small and Israel is close to where they are. And so I believe standing with Israel stands with a country that largely shares the same values that we do. Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No, but I haven't seen an instance
Did
where
you say,
that
does
is
that
the case.
mean we should put the interest of America over Israel? No?
No, does that mean we should put the interest of Israel over America?
Okay, I want to make sure.
All right, if I misspoke.
Fucking got him. We got him, boys. A gut punch to peace through strength, pablum.
You know.
Yeah. Trump leaves the door open to Iran enriching. Maybe the only good thing to come from this disastrous war with Iran is Trump nuking the hawkish FDD worldview and suggestion that you can bomb your way to peace. Yeah, I don't think we're going to stop doing that. I think America is belligerent, and it's going to get even more belligerent until we forcibly excise the influence of Israel from our foreign policy vehicle, from our domestic policy. This is not going to change. It's going to come back. Look at what AIPAC is doing, subverting democracy actively. Okay? That's it. There are far too many loyalists that actually care more about Israel's interests here, that try to present an argument that abiding by Israel's needs is actually good for America in the long run, that will continue to escalate, that will continue to agitate, that will continue to try and get America to commit troops to fighting Israel's wars. They got a little taste of it. There was no restraint for the last 3 years. So, of course, without any punishments, without any accountability, without any reconsideration of what this allegiance looks like, they're going to keep pushing. It's so, this is it. I mean, this is the major problem. Yes, we would still be belligerent without Israel, 100%. I'm not saying that we won't be. It's just that when it comes to driving our MENA foreign policy, Israel is in the driver's seat. Okay? I'm not going to say America wouldn't be belligerent without Israel. Of course, America is belligerent without Israel. I mean, Venezuela has very little to do with Israel. Let's be real, right? Even though, you know, they got a piece of that ordeal as well. They rerouted Venezuelan oil to Israel because they always got to get a piece, obviously. But That wasn't done. The Donroe Doctrine is actually supposed to be a new version of the belligerent foreign policy and American imperialism that maybe draws its forces down from the rest of the world and hardens its own backyard, right? That is not completely about Israel. Israel only plays a role in the MENA aspect of this, Middle East and North Africa. What the fuck? Dog fucker? Young Republican Connor Ernest has admitted to having sex with a dog. Oh my God. What the fuck? Brother. Groiper, by the way. What the fuck? Oh my God. Arrest, prosecute, and re-education. Throw him under the jail.
We've been.
Here is Trump also talking about Iranian nuclear enrichment.
We've been pretty tough on that. You know, it is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please.
Yeah, we'll let him have a little bit of nuclear dust. Arnaud says, this video, probably more than any other, illustrates the extent to which Israel's regional strategy has resulted in strategic defeat. They had one big enemy, Iran, and one big friend, the U.S. And these two are now negotiating a deal while Israel is being told it's an inconvenience that should be replaced by a former al-Qaeda commander because he's more humane and kills less civilians. If that's not a strategic defeat, I don't know what is. President Trump publicly rebukes Israel over its war against Hezbollah. Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people are being killed. Trump said he opposed strikes that destroy apartment buildings filled with civilians and revealed he urged Israel to let Syria take the lead against Hezbollah instead. If Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job. I mean, that part of the fucking equation is also still very stupid, right? Someone's got to kill these Shia Muslims in Lebanon is not exactly a long-standing commitment to peace and stability in the region. Turning around and being like, we got to get Jolani to do it is insane.
So
anyway, this is another key moment from his speech, specifically about Iran's ballistic munitions capabilities and any kind of like drawback on Iran's ballistic missiles program. It's not going to fucking happen. I told you this already. It was a silly red line that was never going to be enforced. And I think it was Israel that demanded the enforcement of this red line in an effort to put forth poison pill provisions in this memorandum of understanding or any kind of ceasefire commitment that they knew Iran would never say yes to, because no fucking sovereign country on the planet is going to say yes to that. Why would they say yes to that? It's ridiculous.
So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. He's like, listen, I'm Shia Muslim. I am Shia Musliman. I've seen the light of Allah and have realized that I have always been Shia. MashaAllah, I have reverted. Incredible. Incredible. I mean, he was always stupid to begin with. Look at Marco Rubio in the backdrop going, oh man, he's just fucking saying they can have ballistic missiles. Not great.
You shouldn't give them.
Even he's not smirking no more. Howard Budlick usually smirks in the background like, hey, yeah.
I mean, I have guys, I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know?
I hate this pedophile, but let me tell you something, okay? Only this pedophile gets to say this. Okay? When I say it, everybody fucking yells at me. But it's true. So I hope now some of these dumb fucks in the cult can be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, only Nixon gets to go to China. Straight up. Only Trump gets to go. Yeah, of course they're going to have fucking ballistic missiles. What are we talking about? It's a sovereign country. What are you going to... Would you be down to fucking restrict our own defensive capabilities? No. Yeah. No shit. Marco Lubia with the 1,000-yard stare, wondering how long is it going to take. In this news conference, Trump said that he has a hard time telling Iran that they can't have ballistic missiles because Saudi Arabia has them. And it's hard to tell Iran that they can't have a civilian nuclear program because others have it. He's right. He's fucking right. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid fucking goal to try and advance. And we've only seemingly advanced this goal because we're the United States of America, and we've told ourselves that we get to tell other countries what they can and can't do. Straight up. For far too long, we have gotten to dictate, we have decided what other countries can and can't do. Okay? And now that time is changing because Iran fought for its own sovereignty and won. Check logs after spiel. JD Pondon supports Hasanabi doctrine. I mean, this is the type of truth that Donald Trump would never reveal if Iran hadn't fucking won this war, okay? If Iran had not won this battle, Donald Trump is not going to be like, yeah, they can't have, they get to have defensive munition capabilities, ballistic missile capabilities because they're a fucking sovereign nation. They fought, they won, okay? They fought for their sovereignty. They won their sovereignty. I can't even talk. They fought for their sovereignty and they won their sovereignty. So now, of course, they get to fucking keep their missile program, you know?
Work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles are, they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean,
they don't want that smoke. Launches of production are in the mountains. Matthew says the Trump supporters are melting down over this deal. They're attacking him now. President Trump opened the nuclear enrichment for Iran. Wait, this is not the link. This is not the right link that you're sending me. I don't think. I mean, this will be an important test. This will be an important test in the resilience of Trump's cult. Will this actually break the Trump cult apart? Or will they, for the first time ever, actually accidentally find themselves on the right side of an issue? Because Trump is now on the right side of an issue. Because this is categorically very Trump. He did this with the Ansar Allah movement. And I remember, if you remember, I talked about this, right? Like, Trump, to give him credit in all of this madness, is the type of guy who's not ideologically bound by anything. He's just invested in his own personal goals, right? He is unbelievably self-interested. And as someone who's unbelievably self-interested, an ideological man in this circumstance would probably commit to going up the escalation ladder. Trump is a selfish man. Trump is a selfish man who has thrown his closest allies under the bus when push comes to shove. Right now, that ally being shoved under the fucking Iranian bus is the pro-Israel lobby. So we shall see. But it's incredible to watch so many Israel firsters crash the fuck out. I mean, we already covered this, but yeah, Ben Shapiro saying the MOU is a disaster, right? At least some of his most servile little piggies, little piggies are smart enough, like Lindsey Graham, to stand on this delicate tightrope that they've found themselves on in the past. Obviously, Lindsey Graham loves war. He nuts off to it. That's the only thing he cares about. But he also knows that he has to be Trump's inside man. That's the reason why he is committed to this weird statement where he's like, well, you know, I haven't seen the full details of the MOU, but it seems to be fine. It seems to be all right. I trust Trump. You know, he's realized that he has to stand on one side, and that's the Trump side. Whereas there are others who are not bound by that same interest, who are bound by a much higher priority. Ben Shapiro's highest priority is Israel. We've known this already. We've talked about this already over and over again. As a matter of fact, Ben Shapiro is the one guy that most people don't even try to cry and say, I'm being anti-Semitic when I say he's Israel first. It's actually interesting. He is so transparently Israel first that even other people that normally would say, dude, you're just saying a Jewish man has dual loyalty. What the fuck? They don't even do that for Ben. They'll do that for Jake Auchincloss. They'll do that for others, but they won't do that for Randy Fine, and they won't do that for Ben Shapiro. Interesting. There's a couple guys out there in the Israel First crowd that even the other pro-Israel mouthpieces and advocacy organizations won't claim you're being anti-Semitic if you just openly call out their highest priority and their highest loyalty being to Israel. Mark Levin's another one. Randy Fine's another one. Ben Shapiro's another one, right? It's very funny. And it's because it's just so transparent. Like, he just does not give a shit. He does not give a single shred of a shit about what's going on in America. He's just like, this is my highest priority. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what he's saying.
That Mohammed Khalibaf, who will apparently on Friday be literally in a photo op with the Vice President of the United States. I cannot express to you how stomach-turning that is. I don't care who the Vice President is. I don't care who the President is. Leaders of the United States of America in a photo op with a mass murdering terrorist supporter like Mohammed Khalibaf shaking hands 6 months after he blew away 42,000 innocent people in the streets, and weeks after his administration was firing missiles at literally all of our allies in the region and continues to support every terrorist group in the region and is currently continuing to control the strait. Like right now, it is not fully open for business unless the Iranians have, quote unquote, decided it is. The idea here is that somehow this administration and the deal that has been cut weakens Hezbollah. I'm not seeing it so much. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's there. Again, we haven't seen the MOU for the 1,000th time. We haven't seen the MOU. That's not because of me. I would like to see the MOU. I think you would like to see the MOU. Hell,
42,000? Dude, it's so funny. Laura Loomer yesterday or 2 days ago said 100,000. Yeah. The IRGC has killed 1 billion Iranians. That's right. They have a new type of weapon that only kills its own civilians. It doesn't harm any of the buildings. It doesn't disrupt regular business. It just kills Iranian civilians, and they've killed them by the billions. We are on track to becoming an Islamic country. Sad to see. Savor these hilarious meltdowns while they last. It's been a rotten year, and there will surely be more misery to come, says Mark Ames. He's right. I am savoring it, though. I mean, it turns out, you know how these guys love talking about, like, liberal tears? It turns out Zionist tears are so delicious. Because pro-Israel people get everything they want all the fucking time. And they're so goddamn spoiled. They're so arrogant. They're so entitled. So when things don't go the way they want it to, for once, their meltdown is fucking hilarious. Of course, my senator, Adam Schiff, is obviously outflanking the Trump administration from the right here. Let's finish the Ben Shapiro tiers, and then we'll get to Adam Schiff, also known as Adam Shit.
I think we'd all like to see the MOU. If Israel is not a party to the actual talks, which they are not, they have not been included in the talks. If Israel is not a signatory to the agreement, which they are not, how in the world could you tie Israel's hands when it comes to self-defense in Lebanon, while Hezbollah is firing rockets and drones over the border at Israeli citizens. Shall we say that this is not a popular MOU, from what I understand, in Israel? And again, Israel, they were flying jets alongside American jets during this whole operation. Iran was firing at American soldiers during this whole operation. So playing halvesies is a bit strange. If we release funds, or if we tell our Arab Gulf state allies to release funds to Iran, it doesn't have to be American taxpayer dollars. That is us releasing money to Iran. If you unfreeze money to a terrorist group, that is in fact money going to a terrorist group. It does not have to come from American. That's sleight of hand. It's rhetorical sleight of hand. I was not under the impression that you and I would be paying taxpayer dollars to go straight to Iran. But if we press people to release money to a terror state in order for them to continue to toll the strait and to exert control whenever they feel threatened, or for them to rebuild their ballistic missile and nuclear capacities, that is a gigantic mistake. To go back to the 5 standards of a good deal versus a bad deal would look like continued nuclear development. A bad deal would look like continued ballistic missile development. A bad deal would look like funding of terrorism abroad continuing. A bad deal would look like continued Iranian control over the strait and tolling of the strait. And a bad deal would look like more funding going into Iran.
Hold on, I have to do something real quick. Some scheduling things. Apologies. I have to make some decisions on when to travel potentially to New York. New York. Again. Yes, I'm sexting. I'm about to interview Adam Smith. Oh, I know him. Who's the highest ranking Democrat and serves as the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Is there anything you think I should ask him or push him on? Yes. Merger of the Israeli military for sure. Definitely hit that subject. And then also ask like what his take is on the Trump MOU. And if he hits like a right wing, if he outflanks the Trump administration from the right, ask him why he's doing that. This is a bad war that Trump obviously started, and there's an alternative out there with the JCPOA that the Obama administration had accomplished. Isn't it better to like end the hemorrhaging here? I mean, America's force projection capabilities have been diminished, have been destroyed. Shouldn't we reconsider our foreign policy as it pertains to our foreign policy and the guidance that we get from Israel? Brother, we all know Adam Smith. He's the father of neoliberalism and its history of globalization. First of all, Adam Smith would be fucking woke in comparison to what neoliberalism looks like. He's not, I wouldn't say he's the father of neoliberalism. Okay, you're wrong. That is not an appropriate interpretation of his work at all. I mean, his work was also profoundly important for Marx as well. The one time I don't write joke. Okay. Yeah. Adam Smith looks like a fucking Maoist when he talks about rent-seeking behavior from landlords. Okay. Adam Smith is basically a Maoist. Anyway. Yeah. Neoliberalism is a bastardization of Adam Smith. Marxism is a continuation, the appropriate evolution of Adam Smith's work, ironically enough. All right. But yeah, no, that's a good one. Milton Friedman makes Adam Smith look woke. Adam Smith is woke. He's literally woke in comparison to fucking neoliberals. 100%. I still find something shocking almost every time I read Adam Smith, like the part where he says, oh, by the way, capitalism is obviously coercive against workers. It is not, however, difficult to foresee which of the two parties must, upon all ordinary... Yeah, ask a liberal about Adam Smith's opinion on rent-seeking behavior and landlords, okay? They will literally stare at you like, what are you talking about? Straight up. That motherfucker hated landlords, bro. It's not, however, difficult to foresee which of the two parties must, upon all ordinary occasions, have the advantage in this dispute and force the other into a compliance with their terms. The masters, being fewer in number, can combine much more easily, and the law, besides, authorizes or at least does not prohibit their combinations, while it prohibits those of the workmen. The law favors the side of capital owners over the side of the workers. Woke! Yes, capitalism was a historically progressive force during the time of Adam Smith, at least according to the Marxist view of history. It is, and it was, and it's true. That's why Marxism is seen as an evolution off of Adam Smith's work as well. Yeah, what are the common wages of labor? Depends everywhere upon the contract usually made between those two parties whose interests are by no means the same. The workmen desire to get as much, the masters to give as little as possible. The former are disposed to combine in order to raise, the latter in order to lower the wages of labor. We rarely hear, as it's been said, of the combinations of masters, though frequently of those of workmen. But whoever imagines upon this account that masters rarely combine is as ignorant of the world as of the subject. Masters are always and everywhere in a sort of tacit but constant and uniform combination. Not to raise the wages of labor above their actual rate. To violate this combination is everywhere a most unpopular action and a sort of reproach to a master among his neighbors and equals. If Kamala spoke like this, people would have said she's Marx reincarnate. Guys, I don't know how to explain this to you. That is literally also Marxist. The master-slave dynamic, okay, is literally dialectics. It is Marx's. He said the exact same thing. Marx was a continuation of Adam Smith's work. This is Marxism 101. That literal text is identical to Marx's interpretation because Karl Marx's interpretation, yes, master slave is Hegel. Yes, I know. Oh my God. I know, chatter. The master slave dynamic is Hegelian, which is also, again, profoundly important for Marxist interpretation. What do you think the class contradiction, what do you think the friction between the classes is? I said it is a dialectic. It's dialectical thinking. In any case, a lot of people don't realize that, like, there is not a lot of moralizing in Das Kapital. It's just a straightforward description of how capitalism works. The moral values that we that we add on to this description of how capitalism works comes from the fact that we as human beings kind of look at that dynamic and think, well, this is a little fucked up, right? Yes. The moralization comes from our natural response to a system that is very clearly designed. Yeah, it's not even prescriptive in general. No, it's not. It's just descriptive. It's pure descriptive text. Most people have never read Das Kapital. And that's the reason why they endlessly pontificate on a text that they never read. And it's understandable. It's, not the easiest read. Okay? But that is unironically the reason why people fail to comprehend it. That's why so many people go, wow, I don't understand. Like you're applying dialectical thinking to modern events and your interpretation of world events, and you come across like you come across as prophetic. It's not prophetic. It's just I'm looking at the system in its grand design. This is why it's also very important to read. It's very important to read Das Kapital. It's very important to read Marxist thinkers. There's a reason why the meme of like Marx never wrote about this is stupid, because Marx definitely wrote about it. The thing that you think he did not write about, he certainly did. Anyway, Senator Adam Schiff. Let's talk about that now. Outflanking Trump from the right, as expected. Again, major AIPAC guy, $5.6 million, a lapdog for Israel. Wow, Iran gets sanctions relief, the release of frozen funds, the ability to export oil, and a $300 billion reconstruction fund. The U.S. gets a reiteration of vague promise of Iran won't develop a nuke. Hard to imagine a more thorough capitulation. Now, people will read this as him trying to shit on Trump, okay? But if you were actually invested in stability, you wouldn't be shitting on Trump on this. Or there's a better way to shit on Trump on this issue, but that requires you to shit on Israel. Okay. And these guys don't want to do that. That's the problem. You could literally be like, Trump, you are so fucking stupid that every single Democrat and even previous Republican leaders did not listen to Benjamin Netanyahu when he begged them or demanded them to go and strike Iran. This was the reason. You did it. Now this is your fucking failure. I'm glad that you're finally trying to negotiate this settlement. But ultimately, that's the failure. The failure is that Trump was goaded into taking action by Israel. But these guys don't want to fucking say it. Ironically enough, because Donald Trump doesn't ever like to take responsibility, I mean, he's allergic to taking responsibility, he is moving the conversation over to Israel's direction. But these fucking idiots don't see Trump doing that. Love to criticize Iran hawks while embracing all of their central premises, namely that Iran is ontologically evil and sinister. This truly is the Super Bowl for guys who were president of their college debate club who believe in nothing beyond vapid, by your logic, gotchaism. Chris Murphy, all the Iran hawks said that the way to get rid of Iran's hardline regime nuclear program, missiles, and support for terrorism was to go to war with Iran. We went to war with Iran, and the hardline regime nuclear program and missiles and terrorism aid are all still there. Wow, Iran is more hardline than ever and is seeking nukes and supporting a sprawling network of terrorism. Someone should do something about those really evil people with whom Democrats ostensibly support a peace settlement. This just like how Murphy went hard right on immigration to own the Republicans and in doing so promoted all their key premises. Does Murphy believe in anything? Does he have any first principles or critiques of any of the underlying logics at work? This is one of my biggest issues with the Democrats. The Democrats love pivoting to the right. And when they do this, they don't actually hit Donald Trump. They don't actually criticize Donald Trump. They legitimize the underlying premise of the entire Republican movement. Okay? When you turn around and go, Taco Trump, you chickened out, you pussied out, you don't actually end up winning that argument. You just legitimized why he did that thing in the first place. And let me tell you, if sanctions relief has to go through Congress, you will see a battle unlike ever before where all of Israel's lapdogs in Congress from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party will actively try to piece up the sanctions relief to the best of their goddamn ability. Okay? You can shit on Trump by saying this is a worse deal than we could have gotten otherwise had the U.S. and Israel not gone to war. It's worse for the U.S. than the JCPOA was. And it's Trump's fault we have to accept this deal, but we do have to accept it at the end of the day for peace. Like Ro Khanna said, yes, Ro Khanna has been the almost singular force in Congress that has actually said the right things here. Okay? It's totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous to be like, yeah, Trump is a fucking idiot. Like, you shouldn't have gone to war with Iran, even though they're obviously the big bad. They're the ultimate villain. They're the enemy. They're the enemy. They're the biggest enemy that we've ever seen. Okay, then Trump was doing something just. Trump was doing something honorable. Trump was doing something right. He just failed to finish the task. So what should Trump do next? Go back to war? Is that the argument? Because whether you recognize it or not, that is the argument that you are laying down. When you say, and we did this, we played this song and dance with Venezuela. If you recall, I was very fucking angry at the way that Democrats talked about Venezuela, where they would be like, Maduro is an authoritarian monster who's killed 17 million Venezuelans on a daily basis. He's constantly murdering Venezuelans for fun. He's drinking their blood. But we should follow international law, and Trump didn't. The fuck is that? Okay, then yeah, it's awesome that Trump went beast mode. You know, who is going to hear you legitimize why Trump did this illegal act and think it's bad that Trump did this illegal act when you're saying it's technically good that he did it? You just think that the process was violated. Holy shit. Have you submitted your application to Streamer University? That's a real question. No, I have not. Streamer University, sponsored by Nike, sponsored Kai Cenat, is, I don't think, going to give me an opportunity to educate streamers on politics, on geopolitical conflict around the world. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're going to let me be a professor at Streamer University where I talk to a bunch of 18-year-olds about how Israel sucks and how American militarism must end. That would be awesome, though. I have jokingly talked about it, but like crisis PR, definitely something in my wheelhouse. What to do when the entire world is seemingly out to get you. I have a lot of experience in this field, and I could teach a lot of streamers what to do in this process, except now that I've said this, someone will clip this out and be like, Hassan wants to be on Streamer University. It is not going to, and he's complaining that he's never going to be on Streamer University. And then they'll try to make a fucking drama cycle off of this as well. However, yes, this is something that I'm a tenured professor in. Poli-Sci 101 with Dr. Jihad. Anyway, you'd be great at teaching crisis control? Yes. Crisis management. I mean, Trump is great at crisis management. Ironically enough. He just boulders his way through it. He kind of is the method, low key. Phantom is teaching that course, and he apparently has a PhD in international relations. I mean, Phantom spends a decent amount of time in this community. Okay, so he could teach that course. I think. Don't you dare disrespect Phantom. He could teach taxes 101 with Phantom. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, so. David Austin Walsh says, Sips Coffee, well, at least the Iran deal pretty conclusively demonstrates that the Israelis do not, in fact, control U.S. foreign policy. Ho, ho, ho. Spoke too soon. Matthew Petty says, actually, the next 60 days are going to be an exquisite lesson in exactly what levers of power the Israeli government does have in Washington. Anyone who thinks that any government has godlike powers is an idiot, but Israeli leaders clearly have ways to pressure American counterparts when they don't get what they want. And they're signaling very loudly that they're about to do exactly that. Will they succeed? Who knows? What I can tell you is that we're going to see high drama that is nothing like any other foreign policy debate, and you're going to discover dirty tricks you didn't even think were possible. Yes. 100%. It's important to highlight, by the way, this is an insane poll for the record. Our boy is cooking. Abdul El Sayed at 42% plus 15. Haley Stevens at 33% plus 15. Mallory McMorrow at womp womp 7% minus 10. Mallory McMiddleground into Mallory McIsrael must really be Mallory McMiserable right now. Yeah. I could see Mallory McMorrow dropping out and endorsing. I hope she doesn't endorse Haley Stevens. It'd be beast mode if she endorsed Abdul. It's important to highlight that the reason why the United States is surrendering is because Iran controls a vital waterway for the global economy. They might not have a nuke, but their control over the strait is effectively the same thing. Trump ran the global strategic reserve dry, trying to destabilize them. Now he needs to bribe them to get things back to the status quo ante. The material strength is why Iran is getting the concessions they have. Oh, absolutely. As I said, there are Straits of Hormuz all around the world for those with eyes to see. Okay? Every country has its own Strait of Hormuz. This is why labor power is so important, because Iran didn't defeat the United States of America's forces militarily. Iran has no capacity to defeat the American forces militarily. What Iran did was show, or rather take advantage of, how fragile the international market system is. Because when capitalism is everywhere, when capitalism is all around, and it's a fragile system because it needs permanent stability with one hegemon making sure that no one acts out, right? That necessity of stability can yield tremendous opportunity for those who are under attack. That's precisely what happened. Iran didn't destroy the American military machine. Iran hit centers of profit. Iran struck global capitalism. That's it. That's it. It's a very important lesson to learn here. One that they do not want you to know. That united, labor has all the power. Okay? All of it. And it doesn't actually take a general strike to stop this system in its entirety. It does not. That's why I've always said, like, the Longshoremen's Union is probably one of the most powerful unions in the country. Teamsters, another unbelievably powerful union. Railroad workers. All they would need to do is take advantage of the leverage they have and strike in a moment that is inopportune for capital owners and maybe even the rest of society, let's be real, but an opportune moment for them. We just haven't had the confidence in decades to recognize that we have this power. That's it. Capitalism is a delicate system. It's unbelievably fragile. We have so much more power in our hands within the labor unions, within just the power that labor has altogether, that if this is the thing that capital owners fear the most, if Americans were more class conscious, they could seize so much more power in the workplace. Not just like better benefits. I'm talking about political moves. If they were like, hey, we don't like, for example, that JFK is transiting Israeli weapons through a civilian airport. We don't like that at all. We want to put an end to it. As here it is, friends of the show that you have seen are introducing Break the Chain, a New York City DSA arms embargo campaign. Our target, JFK. We're proud to stand with the DSA candidates running to put an end to the U.S. war machine, endangering workers at home and fueling mass death abroad.
Every day, civilian aircrafts take off and land here, carrying more than just passengers and luggage. JFK is a linchpin in the supply chain directly fueling the killing of children in Gaza, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran. It endangers the lives of unknowing residents, workers, and tourists who pass through this airport every single day.
FOIA documents confirm what we've long suspected. Weapons bound for Israel don't travel through some separate, secure military transport. They move through the same civilian airports, the same runways as every other flight. Explosives, detonators, fuses, packed into unmarked containers. In October 2025, a nitrocellulose explosion at a munitions factory in Tennessee killed 16 people, and it leveled the entire facility. One of the same materials being shipped through JFK.
Every New Yorker who works in or flies out of this airport deserves the peace of mind knowing that their safety comes first. That's why we're demanding an immediate arms embargo on Israel to begin the just transition from a war economy to a peace economy. Our city's resources, our labor, and our infrastructure are captured to feed a global machinery of war that benefits a tiny elite of billionaires, while our communities are told to accept crumbling hospitals, underfunded schools, and neglected public transit as just the way things are.
What does it actually look like? It looks like this. We see the cost of the war economy right here in our crumbling public transit. Since 2023, the federal government has spent almost $34 billion fighting on Israel's behalf in the Middle East. That same money could have been used to replace thousands of outdated subway cars, made over 60 stations accessible, and repaired over 150 subway stations.
It looks like this. With the $34 billion spent on Israel's behalf, we could fund the Green Healthy Schools initiative 3 times over. $11 billion to install solar, replace fossil fuel boilers, and upgrade HVAC systems.
So how do you break the chain? You show up. Sign the petition for an arms embargo on Israel, fill out the onboarding form, join a committee, and organize your union to adopt the Break the Chain resolution.
JFK should fly people, not bombs.
Invest in public transit.
Invest in green public schools.
Get involved, break the chain.
Oh, by the way, this poll that we were just looking at with Abdul, Adam Wren, Scoop, a prominent Michigan pollster is accusing State Senator Mallory McMorrow's Senate campaign of pressuring a state capitol news outlet into killing a survey of the heated Democratic primary. Their suspicion, which they said MIRS confirmed, was that the poll allowed anyone to take it through an open link rather than having access control to ensure a random and representative sample of the state. The poll was conducted through a methodology known as text to web, in which random voters are selected to receive a text message link to survey fill out. They're saying that the poll was open-ended and therefore it's not valid, and that's why they wanted to try and bury the poll. Did you see, guys? I don't want to talk about progressive victory. I don't care. I don't care. Like it's crazy. We got far bigger shit to talk about here. Okay. Yes, I know. In a last ditch effort, Destiny's fucking DGG has like a ground game thing that they are like trying to create, which seemingly mostly just focuses on whatever his own personal fucking project is, and they're attacking Claire Valdez and Daria Liza, and yes, who gives a shit? Fuck them. Like, okay, move on. You know. Yeah, they're like, oh, these guys are a pro-Russian imperialism or something. They're just trying to rat fuck these two campaigns. Okay. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Progressive Victory, right? Progressive Victory is not the DGG one, but they're aligned on this issue. But they are utterly irrelevant and immaterial in this fucking New York congressional race that's taking place. So it has no motion. You're just giving it more fucking clout for some reason. Yes, Progressive Victory broke off from Destiny, but they're using this like they got bullied or pressured into it feels like it's they got bullied or pressured into like taking this weird fucking stance where they're like, we need to know about this. I don't know. It's a waste of time. Okay, it's a total and utter waste of fucking time. Who cares? We're talking about much more powerful forces that are launching unbelievable attack ads right now at these two candidates for their Israel position. I'm not going to fucking sit here and talk about the minutia of their Ukraine perspective of these two candidates. They're not pro Russian imperialism or whatever the fuck these guys are presenting. Okay? Go volunteer. Go door knock. Go do something valid. Go do something productive. Anyway, Boots is going to be here soon, by the way, and Caroline's going to be here soon, and I'm gonna obviously talk to Boots Riley, famous communist director, about I Love Boosters, his latest movie, and you know his work and his career. But let's get back to Adam's shit for now. I don't know if others see what's going on here. I don't know what to tell you. This isn't just Dems dinging Trump for political points. It's them narrowing political space to support an end to hostilities because they, along with our AIPAC donors, simply like open-ended hostilities with Iran, says Adam Johnson, and he's right. All these terms are eminently reasonable. Why are basic concessions after the U.S. sneak attacked and killed thousands, destroyed hundreds of billions in infrastructure being scandalized and macho-baited? The U.S. attempted regime change and failed. This is the price, and it's sensible. I agree 100% with Adam Johnson. Now, the talking point from Jeffries and Schumer is the deal should go before Congress when neither Jeffries or Schumer uttered a single word for 8 days while Trump amassed his attack armada last February. They want congressional approval for an MOU when they did not want a congressional approval for the war launching. Weird how that fucking works. And I'm telling you right now, the reason why they want to do that, the reason why they're doing that is because they want to fuck it. They do not want sanctions relief. Because Israel does not want sanctions relief for Iran. Iran's economy is massive. If sanctions relief came to Iran and America had normal trade relations with Iran, this would destroy the amount of influence that Israel has in the region. Why the fuck would you need Israel to stamp out Iran all the goddamn time or do whatever it wants to do in the region if you can directly talk to Iran? That's it. The MOU going to Congress is only a demand because you want it to fail. No one with two brain cells thinks it can survive Congress where both parties are openly hostile to it, despite some Dems nominally supporting after calling it Neville Chamberlain to the power of 1 billion. If you wish to believe that it's a simple good faith effort by Murphy and Co., if you wish to believe that it's simply a good effort by Murphy and Co. to do two things can be true at the same time routine, then go ahead and believe that. But when 99% of the rhetoric is hysterical demagoguery, then I think it's clear what's going on. Would you ever cover Canadian politics? I'm not Canadian, but just a thought. That's funny, chatter. Not right now. AIPAC Klobuchar. With $300 billion, we could end homelessness, fund cancer research for 40 years, and give every child pre-K for over 7 years. Instead, Trump is sending it to Iran. This is not America first, not even close. The same people that did not oppose, that were noticeably quiet when Trump sneak attacked Iran at Israel's discretion are now chirping loudly about what it takes to end this war. Behest a better word? Yes, I changed it. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Funny to see conservatives suddenly realize the difference between giving Iran free money and unfreezing the assets. It really didn't click for them in 2015. Oh, the coup? Boots, you get big ups from Boots if you brought up his leftist rat group. Yeah, I used to play this all the time. Galabaf spoke today about strengthening relations with China. Iran's Galabaf on China and others. We need some blocks. I'm saying clearly, those blocks must be formed. And in a way, they're already being formed. Whatever block is formed, there are two definitive countries, definite countries in it. Don't doubt it. China and Iran. I'm moving along this path with strength in all its dimensions in terms of technology, economy, and politics. It is us who must make China believe, which it will, that we are not a customer or just a business partner. We are truly a partner to them, a partner in every sense. Oh my God. This is music, dude. This is music to my fucking ears. Okay? This is music to my goddamn ears. This is what I've been saying. We must carefully recognize our friends and enemies and move forward. Of course, we have our dignity, our independence, our perspective. We know our friends as well. China has more important relations with the Gulf than Iran. I know, but you think China's not going to benefit from also tying up the other side of that equation? This is what I mean. I think that Israel bit off far more than it could chew and showed the Gulf nations that America and Israel are not reliable partners. Those Gulf nations already have leveraged commitments and leveraged relationships with China. They can just as easily lean in China's direction. Anyway. The context here is that Xi Jinping visited Tehran in January 2016, the same month the JCPOA was implemented. During his visit, China and Iran signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement. But as Iran benefited from sanctions relief, Iranian firms overwhelmingly sought ties with European customers, suppliers, and investors. Chinese business leaders and officials felt jilted. It was a strategic error by the Rouhani administration not to prioritize relations with China. Galabaf is signaling he's not about to make the same mistake, even as he appears to sign the MOU with the U.S., which is good. Is this really a loss for Israel? They're still in Lebanon. It's just a smaller win? No. Dude, what are you kidding me? America normalizing relations in any way, shape, or form with Iran is a ginormous, it's perhaps the most existential loss for Israel. Okay? Are you kidding me? That's why they're fucking losing their minds. I think Jesse's going to have to take back calling Tehran Tarlov for talking about what was in this MOU is actually exactly what's in this MOU.
Years ahead or something like that. As I said, mixed reception. What are your thoughts?
I think it's not even really mixed. It's just pretty negative, seemingly.
Jesse hasn't gone yet.
I think Jesse's even going to have to be a little more reasonable and maybe take back
me? No.
calling me Tehran Tarlov for talking about what was in this MOU that actually is exactly what was in this MOU. Ben Shapiro on with Martha a little while ago. This MOU appears to be a disaster that does not achieve any of the signal goals that were set by the administration. In my opinion, the VP, the chief negotiator, has not well served the president. Bill Cassidy, the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. You say Trump joking, I'm going to blame this on JD. I think it's a loaded joke, right? Like that he's going to end up the fall guy. And I hope that he heard you yesterday when you said, don't take that picture standing next to a terrorist. Because
I don't think they are taking my advice.
Well, you would be well served to take Dana's advice. Trump.
They might look 60 years ahead.
Dude, are the Dems going to try to kill this? They would lose the midterms. Enable this before tomorrow's stream. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Okay, right now. You're crazy. Okay, Boots is here. Okay. I'm going to set up the mics real quick. We're gonna have a combo with Boots and Boots Riley and Caroline Kwan. Okay, hold on. Yeah, yeah. I want to talk about that too. Wait, let me get my cappuccino too. All right. Here, you sit in the middle. Okay. In the middle seat.
Are we live already?
Oh yeah, we've been live. Yeah. All right, Booz Riley in the building, Caroline Kwan in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What an honor to have you here. Director, communist extraordinaire, someone that you have probably seen the works of, hopefully. I Love Booster just came out. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about your experiences, your politics, your worldview,
your music,
and your music as well. We got it right here. I already had it ready to go, ready to rip.
Okay.
The Coup, 5 Million Ways to Kill a CEO.
Okay, one thing I will say about this, we can play it, but the guy that made this, I didn't make this video. And there's a thing he does on and the reason why I've never shared this, but you know, since people want to hear it, that's fine, is that he does a thing on the picture where it says ugly is even skin deeper. He shows Africans. And I was like, he made this like 20 years ago. And I messaged him. I was like, take that out and I'll share the video. And he never would. And
okay,
so
let me move a little bit.
Video.
Let's move a little bit to our right so that we can make this an angle work. Sorry, this is a little scrunched up.
Here, I'll scoot a little bit.
That's good to know. Are not necessarily those over.
Why the fuck is your hair like that? Matter of fact, we used to have a song. We had a song called Fuck a Perm. And because everybody would see me and say you should perm your hair. So we had this song called Fuck a Perm. And when we were touring in 93, we knew as soon as we hit the stage, because we were opening up for like Scarface and, you know, various folks. And we knew somebody was going to be like, man, what the fuck is your hair? And they'd be like, cut your hair. And so we'd wait for that point where somebody said it and we'd be like, what did you say? And we let them say it into the mic, and then they chicka chicka, and we go into this song called "Fuck a Perm," and it always worked. It always blew the crowd away. But that's how it was different. And then people, then it, you know, because you might think, oh, they had them in the 70s, but when you're like 20 in 1993 or in your early 20s, that is so long ago. So my hair was so much a part of my identity, and then my face started changing. So I was like, damn, what do I do? And then last year I retired them. I was like, no, fuck it. I'm gonna just get used to whatever is the changing nature of my head and all that. But then I had to sell the movie. I was like, let me put these hats back.
I think you should own the big hats as opposed to Pharrell, who is a friend of the IDF, from what I understand.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Oh, people don't know that. Anyway, but Booz Riley, thank you so much for coming on. I've been a longtime fan of your work and a sympathetic ideologue to your worldview.
Oh, thank you.
I love that moment where I think it's Amy Goodman that says like you're a what did she say? She says you're like a socialist.
You're an she says you're an anti-capitalist.
Yeah,
an anti-capitalist is a way for one, at the very least, to not talk about what the world is that we want to create, but two, to kind of just be like, I'm against people buying stuff from corporations or something like that, which is more can be very, very liberal. And sometimes it's just anarchists being like, also suffering from some of the anti-communism that we've been fed as we grow up. So they don't want to say communist, so they want to say anti-capitalist, but it leaves the door open for all sorts of shenanigans.
But you've been a communist since 15, like an avowed communist. You do not shy away from the label.
I joined, and let me be specific, because now I would say communist with a little c, but I was communist with a big C because I joined an actual party, which is what is actually going to be necessary for us to make a revolution, is for there to be parties. And I was in a party called Progressive Labor Party. I joined when I was 15. And so I kind of had this same goal in my life. And at a certain point, I decided that wasn't the route for me to get there, was that particular party. But yeah.
Yeah. Great. I mean, I admire your courage, even though it shouldn't be courageous to say the truth. But unfortunately, that's what it takes sometimes in a country like the United States, especially the heart of empire, to stand boldly and proudly and continue making art. I wanted to talk to you about agitated propaganda, because in many respects, that's precisely what I try to do as well, in a very different format. Obviously, it's not an artistic expression usually. There is a performance element to it, to what I do as well. But I think one of the issues that I see, one of the major problems that I see in America, is that the American working class lacks class consciousness. And that is by design. It's a design of the system, obviously. And it is a war that the capital owning class has waged, and quite successfully, if I may so, myself. And I think that art plays a formative role in agitated propaganda. Do you also agree? Do you feel like
I mean, that's
your
the
live
reason
work?
I'll put it like this. I was an organizer, and when I started to see how art could be used, that's when I decided to do art. I wasn't like, I want to be an artist and what could I talk about? You know, it was only because of that. And you know, and so that direction, and also it came from me seeing how much culture actually affects how people see how the world is made, how people think they are in relationship to the economic system we're in. I had a point where after we made our first 2 albums, because when I went into it, I was like, we're gonna do 2 albums, we're gonna go multi-platinum, and then I'm gonna spend that money on revolutionary headquarters around the world or whatever. Well, we didn't go close to platinum. And we had,
I mean, How to Kill Your Landlord.
yeah. But here's the thing, and you know, and the thing is that the art and even the ideas that I express are ones that I was seeing that people liked and people were attached onto. And I've had many, what you see that I've done is in the face of a lot of people working against me, right? But there's contradictions where, you know, there'll be somebody at a radio station that loves the music, but then they're told by someone else, oh, we're not playing that, right? And you know, there's been all of those things where people come to me years later and say, hey, your song was the most requested song on our station, and they just wouldn't play it. So I think I naively was like, well, people are going to like it. It's going to grow. And so our first album was Kill My Landlord. Our second album was Genocide and Juice. And we had this song off Genocide and Juice called Fat Cats and Bigger Fish. And Fat Cats and Bigger Fish was as much of a hit as we could have had. It was somebody snuck it onto the radio late night. This girl, Mona Lisa Murray, she knew some folks. Big Boy at Power 106 put it on, and then it was just getting requested and playing all day in LA and in Chicago. And in LA and Chicago, it was selling 5,000 copies a week because of the radio play. Now, often when they do radio play, it doesn't have that sort of traction. And so record labels, other people were telling me, oh, that's the platinum formula. If you can do that, you just duplicate that other ways. That's what EMI is going to do. We were on EMI Records. Anyway, EMI bought the record whole hog from the indie they were working with, Wild Pitch. And we got excited. We were like, they bought it. They bought the second half. They were 50-50 partners. They bought it. So, and we're doing well on the radio. So obviously they're about to take it wide. And they bought it. And the next week they were like, we're not working it. so I got depressed. I was like,
so they bought it to kill it.
They bought it to kill it. And so I was like, damn, what am I doing? At that point, I was 24. And I was like, I've been wasting my whole life being an artist. Like, what am I doing? And I stopped and we made an organization called the Young Comrades, which was a Black organization organizing in the Black community, but with a class analysis, right? And with the idea of getting that out there. And that imploded for various reasons after a few years. But during that time, that's when I worked telemarketing, because I knew I was good at that, and I could do that one day every 2 weeks. And, you know, I didn't have kids yet, so we were doing that. And then but my point is, I'm sorry, long way around to saying, while we were doing that organization is when I especially saw what I had left behind, that people were joining or not joining campaigns, sometimes based on a song lyric or something they saw in a movie or something like that, because people are taking in information all the time. That's for most people, that's their literature. Right?
Wasn't there that group in Baltimore that saw Sorry to Bother You and then
Oh yeah, so many years later. So with Sorry to Bother You, I during this big strike wave that there's a strike wave from 2020 to 2024, depending on when you want to count it. That was measurably the largest strike wave in U.S. history since the 70s, with thousands of work stoppages and strikes, and not necessarily through the known unions. Yeah.
It was. There were wildcat strikes in like Oklahoma, for example, that were not like sanctioned technically. It was an explosion born out of the material conditions that people were saying enough is enough. Like, we have to do something about it, and they had just demands.
Yeah, and a place that tracks that people can go look is paydayreport.com. They were keeping track of that. And so during that time, I was getting dozens of messages where people were like, some version of this, like, we didn't think we were going to be able to organize this workplace in order to have a strike, or B, form a union, something like that. And so many stories where they're like, but we played everybody Sorry to Bother You. And then they were willing to have a strike or have a union. And then one specific anecdote was in Baltimore. There was a couple of people came and told me when I went there that they had a 60-person workplace, and they were going to do a show of hands vote on whether to have a union or not. And they thought they were going to win, but they thought it was going to be by the skin of their teeth. They had organized pushback, and they said when everybody was supposed to show their hands to say whether they wanted a union or not, to say yay, somebody in the middle of the crowd yelled, "Equisapiens, let's be out." And then everybody laughed, and every single person raised their hand. And so those organizers were like, wow, you know, in that case, they hadn't played it for them, but everybody laughed because they knew the movie. You know.
So for those who don't know, Sorry to Bother You was your directorial debut in 2018, starring Lakeith Stanfield. And I read a story about how you got the script to him. This is after he had done Get Out. Social commentary was really big in horror. He was on the rise, and him, you know, getting him to be a part of your film, which you come into Hollywood, which I would love to talk about your experience as one of the few self-avowed communists. Like, you do not shy away from that label. You proudly bear that label.
Yeah.
Trying to get a film made that is a radical critique of the capitalist system, but also with your very, you know, idiosyncratic style. You love surrealism. You love dark comedy. So, like, what can you talk about that process? Transitioning to making films.
Overall, in hindsight, this is what I can say. A lot of people, one, there's contradictions within all spaces, right? The movie talks about that, right? But the latest movie. But so here's a story I like to tell that's not necessarily my story to tell, but I know it. Rage Against the Machine, they were going to do a music video for Sleep Now in the Fire. and it was going to be directed by Michael Moore. Their whole idea was, hey, we're going to go on Wall Street, play loud, get arrested, and that's going to be the music video. So they go, they play once, nothing happens, some security doors close, they play again, and people are kind of looking, nothing's happening. The third time they start playing, they start hearing this noise that goes, rah, 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 rah. They don't know what it is. It's just getting louder. And so they play the fourth time and it's getting louder. Rah, 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 rah. And then 3 blocks away, coming from around the corner, they see a horde of people in business suits coming toward them. And they're the ones that are going, rah, rah, rah. And they're getting closer and closer. And as they get closer, they're still playing, as they get closer, they can tell what that noise is. It's that horde of people in business suits who obviously work on Wall Street saying, suits for rage, suits for rage. And there's that contradiction. They're saying it in the thing. They're saying, we're suits, we work on Wall Street, we like what Rage Against the Machine is saying. And I think that has to do with, in general, that most people in the world, and even in the United States, wish that the world was different. Mm-hmm. They want the world to be different. They and if you told them the ideas of communism, which I often will sum up in general as the people having democratic control over the wealth that they create with their labor, right? And real democratic control. So if you told them those ideas, most people would be like, I'm down with that. But also most people, because they have not seen a movement, they don't know what the plan is, they would be like, I don't think that can happen. I would like there to be a different thing, but I don't think that can happen. And they're like, plus I went to school and now I got to get a job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm in the machine. So I just have to keep following.
And so there's a lot of people. And then there's other people that are even more naively in that machine where they're like, oh, it's just a marketplace of ideas and blah, blah, blah. So there's all sorts of things. And then you have the hardcore ideologues that are like, fuck that, stop this. So at that point when Sorry to Bother You was getting made, I think the politics, because a lot of people didn't know the difference between a strike and a protest. Mm-hmm. I think there were people that on the outside that mistook the politic for being liberal. And so it was granted a little bit of grace in certain ways. And then there were people on the inside that were telling me the same way, like, oh, I'm really a radical. I just have this job. I blah, 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 did this in college. I blah, blah, blah. And luckily now because usually, they would be like, luckily now I can work on something I believe in. So we had that combination of things going on. And at the same time, when I wrote the movie, when I wrote the movie, Obama was in office. When the movie got made, Trump was in office. So there was this idea of like, oh, we need like quote unquote protest movies. Mm-hmm. So all of that combined with the fact that most people that read the script also got distracted by the horse dicks.
Which, yeah. Fair.
And so that was the most, that was the talk. Like nobody like the horse sticks, then there's strikes and radical resistance. So like that was just more explosive and, and so that it kind of got in there, it got in the world. And we actually didn't have as much pushback against that as we do with this one.
Do you feel like surrealism aids in maybe sheltering that message a little bit, not dampening it in any way, but allows big production houses to be more comfortable with a much more radical message? And I would say that in Sorry to Bother You, it was very apparent what the overarching message was, and I think it is very apparent in I Love Boosters as well. Do you feel like this is your artistic direction, or is there any tactical necessity for
Like
using this packaging?
I don't think the ideas are snuck in this. Like,
No,
like
it's not,
this,
yeah.
But what I will say is that, okay, our first album, Kill My Landlord, was kind of a pamphlet on tape, right? It was not the fact that the ideas were way out there, but it was what I thought was important for people to hear. I thought certain words were important for people to hear. But what I learned by the time I got to Genocide and Choose is to make more emotional connection with this emotional thing you're striving for. Like, realizing that when people hear a song talking about, oh, I got all this money and I'm blah, 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 this, sometimes they don't believe it. But even when they do believe it, what they're hearing is this person is free. This person doesn't have to worry about being homeless. I want that. And that listener has not come into contact with the movement. And that's Radical's fault, right, for that. But so what I realized is that I started realizing, okay, I need to connect my emotional connection I need to draw a line from my emotional personal connection to my idea of how the world works. And over the course of 30 years, I honed that to the point where, it comes into certain aesthetic choices. But it's not really about sneaking it in. It's more about having people experience that emotional road, that emotional trip to get to a certain idea.
I saw Boosters in theaters. I brought a friend who I knew she wasn't familiar with your work, and I didn't tell her anything. So I just kind of wanted to gauge her response. And, the film opens up, and it's so colorful and zany. It's very Looney Tunes style energy. And I could just see her sitting there like, oh my God, what am I watching? But then staying along for the ride.
What about the moment? Now, I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it, but there's a moment that is quite impactful. It's almost like the horse dick of this movie.
Yeah.
How did your friend react, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, laughed, and also kind of just went, is this really happening on screen? Because there's so much that you put into your films. And I think audiences have gotten used to watching a lot of the same repetition. And I think there's, this whole relationship of like, how do we get people into theaters? We'll give them something worth seeing, give them something exciting, innovative, original. So even if you don't necessarily like everything, or if, it's a little confusing, it's still engaging. It's still, it's something that you haven't seen before, and certainly not in today's landscape. So at the end of the viewing, I was like, what did you think? And she goes, it was awesome. And also then she was asking me some more questions about like dialectical materialism, which, let me just say, having Isa Gonzalez chain smoking a vape with her like 90s style thin eyebrows, giving a speech on dialectical materialism is so awesome. And it's such a great way for people like my friend and others who they're not going to go watch like a professor talking about it. They're not going to go necessarily read Marx to start off with. So that's their introduction in this film that is so joyous and colorful. And I think that's something about your work is that it's not, I think it's easy to lean into cynicism, especially as we are looking at this world and trying to push for change. Like, it's easy to get cynical, but I think with you, there's such a radical optimism, and especially Boosters. I felt like that was your most joyous work, because I've seen Virgo as well.
No, I think
I'm a Virgo.
So what I did when I so when I was 15, what I was doing, what made me join the Progressive Labor Party was they had a program with the Anti-Racist Farm Workers Union in McFarland and Delano, California, Central California Valley, where we were organizing farm workers. It was a group that had broken off from Cesar Chavez because they were communists, and they formed their own union. And I went as a teenager to help them, and they were they had been students in 1968 in Mexico who had left to save their lives, but didn't want to just become professors. They wanted to carry on the revolution, and so they went to they went to Central California and started this thing. But the point is that through that, they weren't just talking about organizing at this one ranch or organizing even the whole valley. They were talking about that in connection with how this sort of a movement can build and spread and become the class struggle, the class conflict that we need in order to actually make a revolution. So also during that, I realized that you could come and scare people about everything that's going on, talk about how fucked up everything is, and people will get mad, but that doesn't make them want to do anything. That makes them feel righteous in not doing anything sometimes. And what I understood early on was that people need to be able to see a way to win in order to get involved with stuff, that the optimism and real optimism, not just like everything's going to be okay, one day we will prevail, blah, 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 but something connected to, and that has to do organizational wise, that has to do with engaging in winnable campaigns, engaging in but not just leaving them at reforms, engaging in winnable campaigns in the context of saying this is part of a step of how we get to a revolutionary movement. There has to be a radical vision and an idea of how this is, because otherwise you just do those winnable campaigns and it just turns into reform after reform, and you get burnt out. So people do get burnt out on those reform movements. They do get burnt out even when they feel that they're radical, and they're showing up at demonstration after demonstration, and we've lied to them many times. Radicals and radical organizations unconsciously lie to people, because we've been, since the beginning of the New Left, saying we took it from demonstrations used to be whole industry workforces coming out. You know, here are all the miners. They're basically demonstrating that they could shut this industry down. And then by the 60s, and I won't go through my whole spiel on that, it turned into the demonstration being the be-all, end-all, and it being about spectacle. And so definitely things that I'd been a part of in the 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s were like, let's get a bunch of people on the street, and then and now don't get me wrong, spectacle is necessary for people to see that other people agree with them. But without a plan, people just get burnt out. People are like, damn, for the against the Iraq war, we had 10 million people in the street.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't do a damn thing.
But
because we didn't have a mass militant radical labor movement that could shut down industry.
I think that's the most important aspect of this, is that obviously it takes all fronts to develop a mass movement. You do need to protest, but then you also need labor. You need labor militancy. And you also, I mean, you even need some semblance of even like the electoral route within the bourgeois democracy that a lot of people, I think, cast aside as like neutering these sorts of movements. And I understand that argument, of course, but it doesn't hurt to have people that are in the halls of power that can at least ease up the tension. It's not the end all be all, and I never think it is. But one thing that we're working on, or at least I've been working on now, and maybe you'll disagree with me on this, is by way of the Democratic Socialists of America, trying to elect anti-Zionists into positions of power. Not to say that will that their radicalism won't get effectively neutered in the process, but at least trying to have like some workings of a movement within the halls of power, and then using the platform of elections to at least spread the messages far and wide. Because I think, regardless of my criticisms of Bernie Sanders, his 2016 electoral run, this insurgent campaign that he launched against Hillary Clinton, between Democrats that were very clearly invested in the continuation of neoliberalism and not any different than the Republican Party was when it came to material changes, versus a Democrat that did not shy away from the moniker of socialism, which I think restarted or created a resurgence of a socialist movement that went far beyond what Bernie Sanders was advocating for.
Yeah, I would say this, that definitely there's times in my life where I was like, and I do still believe this, but just that I think it's all about the energy of the folks involved. Like sometimes what we would go through is this cycle where we're building this movement. And at one point, let's talk the early 2000s, you'd have this anti-war movement that built up, and people were getting to a place like, what do we do? And considering, shutdowns, things like that. And then an election would come up. We got to get Kerry in, things like that. And then people would be lying. Radicals that I knew were lying to people saying Kerry was anti-war and saying because they just had to do it to get Bush out. So, but the point is that all this energy, those movements turned into just electoral movements. And the thing that was interesting to me is that I don't remember which campaign it was where I did say that people should vote for Bernie. It must have been the 2020, yeah, and that was because I talked to some folks in the campaign, and the whole idea was to call for as a way to fight to get Medicare for all was going to have to be from those platforms from a presidential platform to call for people to strike and shut down the areas of folks that weren't that weren't going along with it. So I thought of it as a way to heighten the conflict. And what I would say is this, is that I think that in some cases it can be pulling energy away from the radical militant labor movement that we want. But sometimes there could be a way for it to help out, such as the getting rid of some Taft-Hartley, things like that.
Yeah.
Those could be ways that could open up. The thing that I think would need to be how it would need to be put out is a thing that doesn't say, because the problem with elections sometimes is you say, this is the answer. Let's get our thing I've seen even radical organizations do stuff, and so I'm a little bit more open to that. But what I will say is that the only way for that to really be able to be things to be in tandem with each other is with an actual party, with an actual revolutionary party. And I do see that there are inside the DSA, there's more radical sections than others. But I think that we also, we need parties. We need people that are dedicated to figuring out this as a strategy, and that being part of a larger strategy. And if the primacy of organizing that mass militant radical labor movement can be out there, then even those politicians can have a little bit more power. to do those things.
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't think voting for Kamala Harris or voting for Joe Biden over Donald Trump is somehow going to make it easier to organize. I don't believe that at all. As a matter of fact, we've seen that the contradictions heighten when you have reactionary politicians. It's just that my assessment of the situation is that if you do have someone who is unafraid of calling themselves a socialist and actually abides by real socialist values, real socialist principles, the electoral route is it's basically flipping the script and using elections as a way to reach a mass movement, using the viability and the legitimacy under bourgeois democracy to reach the masses and maybe foment some kind of class consciousness, understanding that it's not the end all be all. As a matter of fact, it's not even the most consequential aspect of organizing.
Well, and since you talk about fomenting class consciousness, I think that sometimes electoral politics is the thing that confuses people on class consciousness, on a class analysis, because the question is how does power work, right?
Yeah.
And how do we express our power? And like you said, the main way that the working class is going to be able to express their power, you didn't say this, but I think you were going there, is through withholding labor and through being able to shut down sections of industry, whole industries, in order for us to get there. I think often what's sold to us is in order to even win the election, you've got to get a lot of people often to say, this is a game changer. This guy's a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore I gotta, like that. And it becomes a letdown afterward, because people have been spending that time not doing not organizing on their job or anything like that. But if you're saying that there's a way to do both, then I'm all game for that.
That's my method of change, and this is controversial amongst many leftists as well, who will routinely criticize me and say that I'm like dampening revolutionary potential, and I'm an impediment to more revolutionary politics.
Which I think I've seen criticisms of your work where people complain it's not revolutionary enough. Similar with Hassan, where they're like, he's not leftist enough. But the idea, I think, is that having this funnel where Hassan is not the revolution. Art, no matter how radical it is not the revolution itself. But I think there's the purpose of inspiring that collective action, of like appealing to a wide audience, to the mainstream, to inspire that organizing and that collectivism.
Now, here's what I always say is, like, if you do have a mass militant radical labor movement, it doesn't matter who's in office. You can make them do whatever you want. So that's why that's primary to create, because, so for instance, obviously, you've talked about the port shutdowns, the general strike, if you will, in Italy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was, and now, however small the victory was there, that was somebody that was, as right wing as Trump, being forced to at least send a naval ship out to pretend to protect the flotilla to Gaza. Now, there's a, if you just had a radical politician in there, without that movement, you wouldn't be able to get anything happening like that. And also you could have a right-wing politician in there and have that movement, and you can make whatever happens.
They have to be responsive to this pressure. And the most powerful tool that labor has, that regular folk have, is their power to withhold their labor.
Yeah.
I've said jokingly earlier today that there's a Strait of Hormuz everywhere for those with eyes to see.
I said that, man.
Oh, you said that too?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's dope. I didn't. But that
well,
was.
we both said it.
Well,
yeah.
here's because like what Iran was capable of doing, and now that there's this MOU being signed, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Obviously, Israel's
like it
probably
wasn't artillery shells that gave the U.S. pause. It was stopping the cash flow.
Yes. And it exposes the fragility of this international design, because capitalism requires a hegemonic superpower to keep everything as stable as possible. Although that stability is obviously very unstable for those who live in the periphery and even the working class that we would consider living in the heart of empires, the labor aristocracy. No one is actually getting a good deal out of this bargain, with the exception of parasitic capital, international capital. And they are the ones who are benefiting from this. And I think I try to use moments like this for agitated propaganda to show that, like, yeah, Iran didn't win this battle because they were capable of defeating the mightiest force that anyone's ever seen, the U.S. military. They were not capable of defeating the United States militarily, but they were capable of doing something much more powerful, which is to harm the centers of profit.
Yeah.
Take punish international capital whenever the American or Israeli forces were to strike deep into Iran, hit a bank. They would turn around and say, we're going to start striking American banks in Saudi Arabia or in the United Arab Emirates. And I think that was what really accelerated this process. And, obviously stopping the transiting of all oil and gas from the Strait of Hormuz, which is 20% of the world's energy, forced a lot of these countries to tap into their strategic reserves. And they were almost about to run out at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing. We haven't, and those are the kinds of ideas when you say that, like when you point out that Strait of Hormuz being blocked is what, gave the U.S. pause and that we could do that same thing. People see that as a possibility. When with Occupy Oakland, for instance, a lot of people, when they hear about the Occupy movement, they hear about New York and stuff. But Occupy Oakland was a little different in the sense that it was started by radicals. Like, they saw what was happening in New York. They were like, let's do something here using that same name. And so there was a general strike called for, and it wasn't a real general strike, but because that idea was put out there and there was a week to do it, and it was put out there in a huge way, a lot more, I saw a lot more people out at that than I had seen at anything before, because they thought it was a way to win. So we had 50,000 people, gather in a week. After calling for it in a week, 50,000 people gathered under the banner of death to capitalism, because they thought that shutting down the city actually could get some power. Now, it was a one-day thing. It was symbolic. It wasn't going to get a win, but it was something that seeded an idea in people's heads. And we're seeing that obviously with what happened in Minneapolis. So now to the electoral thing, if what you're telling me is that, so I look at it back, I go backwards. Okay. What we need is a world in which the people democratically control the wealth that we create with our labor. Now, that's going to take, which is communism. And that's going to take a certain kind of struggle in order to get there. Now, what we know from the USSR and even Cuba is that they had to have massive strikes. It was not only part of how they won, but it was part of how the working class was able to be educated and able to participate. And so for folks that don't, there were tens of millions of people involved in strikes in the USSR from the early 1900s to 1917. A lot of people don't talk about in Cuba. It wasn't just Fidel and Che and them coming in. There was a general strike happening.
There were also there were communist groups in Havana that were participating in sequence with general strikes.
Yeah.
Even though obviously there was the militancy aspect of it from the 13 that remained.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes every force, in my opinion. Everyone has a role to play in this process.
And all of those things where, like, sometimes people will break down revolutions and be like, this person was, to the right of that person. They were both all radical, but it took all of that in order to make a mass movement. And I think there's ways to do it more strategically and more in line. But if we're talking about getting, hundreds of millions of people involved in something, then, far be it from me to be like, I might say that's not where I want to put my energy, but I'm not going to be like, that's not, and especially at this point, because right now, there's a lot of, I'll tell you what, like when I became a communist when I was 15, there were very few in the United States. And it's such a good thing to see that now there's, like, if you look online, I don't know, maybe there's millions, but I don't know. People that call themselves that. But what we don't have are parties and organizations that people are in. They're just kind of like, I subscribe to that idea, and they're maybe in their house by themselves and not connecting. And so we need things for people to get involved in. We need and winnable things, winnable actions for folks to get involved.
What do you? I do have to ask you this question. Sorry to cut you off, but what do you think about Zoran?
Yeah. So here's the thing, and this goes with, and I haven't been following. Honestly, I haven't been following what's happened since he got elected, because I've been in this cave of getting this done. But I think here the big lesson is, and this is what I've always said, and I'm sure you said this, like when Trump got elected, a lot of people, even radicals, got very depressed, like, because it was like, oh, half the country is fascist or whatever. But I've always said, even before Trump, that most people don't vote, and most people don't vote because they're to the left of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Like, if you're
Even
right,
if they don't have the political expression.
Yeah,
like,
they're not going to use the words. Yeah.
Yeah, they would never be like, I'm a socialist or I'm a communist or anything. But like if you were to ask them, like, would you like a democratic workplace? They'd be like, where you get to work
where
and
you own
you control
the
your
wealth.
own, control your own productive output. They'd be like, that makes total sense.
They will agree to the ideas, but not want the label.
Yeah, if you're to the right of the Republican Party, you're still voting Republican. So we can say that. And then a good number of the Democrats that voted Democrat are just holding their nose, and they are to the left of the Democratic Party as well. So most people are, if you looked at their politics, it would be defined as radical. It'd be defined as radical left. Now, they might not be involved in the actions that make them that, but that's
or
what they believe.
That.
Yeah. And and that's a large part of what I do with my art, is that, after that first album, it was all about, I'm putting these ideas out there. I don't care what words I'm using. I'm not talking to if you listen to my stuff, a lot of people said that our stuff wasn't political even in the 90s, because I wasn't talking to people that thought they were revolutionary. You have the exception, like the guillotine and things like that. But a lot of my stuff was just talking to people where they're at. Now, with Mamdani, it proved that everybody wants, it proved how against Israel most people are, and how much people hate the genocide that's happening there.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. But it also proved that people want these ideas. People want a world. They want they might call it socialist, they might call it whatever, but they want this world that has been demonized. And so someone coming out and just being straight about that got people to vote that never would have voted before. Got people to vote so that shows where that is. Now, I'm hoping, again, like I said, I haven't followed like what's been successful so far, but I think that is it is a launching point that has changed how people think about the world around them, right? And that is really important because what I've seen happens is we might have these ideas about having this different world or about what we believe about it, but we mitigate what we think is possible based on what we think everyone else thinks, right? So all those people that went to work on Wall Street, they didn't think it could happen. They didn't think anybody would believe. They might have believed in some sort of vague thing like Rage talks about, and could have been won to a revolutionary party, but they didn't think it could happen. And that has to do with what they think everyone around them thinks. And so I think that there actually was a sea change that happened with that election where, you know, a lot of people around the country were surprised that there would be people open to those politics. And so just from that standpoint alone, and I said that at the time, that would be a victory from people just saying, wow, someone that calls themselves a socialist and has these policies, has these ideas, wins. It changes what people think can happen all over the world.
Yeah.
So,
Can we talk about what we mentioned briefly earlier? So your role is as an artist in this system. And obviously you don't just leave things at your art. You expand upon your ideas and your beliefs as you are now. But I wanted to discuss the kind of, you know, the paradox of creating communist art in a capitalist system. I know there had been a little bit of noise when you were promoting Boosters about Annapurna's involvement. And look, Boosters is a $20 million budget. You intended this to be seen by as wide of an audience as you can, right? This is really a film for normies, not somebody who's, you know, read Engels and Marx. And this is for a wide audience to be exposed to these ideas. So talking about, yes, you are making communist art in a capitalist system because capitalists have the money. Like that is who you get funding from.
And here's and just to, because I'm sure most of the people watching know what the noise is that you're talking about. So just to put it out there, like the nature of U.S. capital, the reason that Israel exists is so that U.S. hegemony can have a stakehold in that region. So when you're talking about hedge funds, when you're talking about huge capitalists, they've usually got a stake in as far as investing, investing in the infrastructure of Israel, investing in military weapons, things like that. It's so when you look at, for instance, the main stakeholders in everything because we're talking about the entertainment industry, you're talking about the main stakeholders in all of these studios, things like that. There's a couple big ones. One is Vanguard, which is a fund that invests in things with capitalists. Another one is BlackRock. They are major stakeholders in Netflix, in every major theater chain, whether it's Cinemark, AMC, all of these things. Even before Ellison bought Warner Brothers and stuff, they were the major stakeholders there. And they, for instance, each of those have given something like $10 billion to the infrastructure of Israel. So backing up, when we first signed to EMI, Wild Pitch EMI, EMI was this huge, and we're talking about 1992 when we signed it there. EMI was this huge corporation that had its hands everywhere, right? And because I've decided that what needs to happen is we need to create this mass militant radical labor movement in order to have a revolution. I never subscribed to the liberal idea that you get involved, that we just need better capitalists there. that we need to have
more
the better
women capitalists.
Yeah, or we need to. My whole thing was it all has to go. So a lot of the times, you know, we would always hear like all sorts of stories about this capitalist is the worst one, that capitalist is the worst one, because it hides the evils that the rest of the ruling class does. And that it's just normal, you know, like when we did Sorry to Bother You, people kept being like, oh, it's about the tech industry. And I'm like, no, it's about capitalism itself. Like there's Steve Lift in Sorry to Bother You was not a tech person. He actually manufactured goods, right? So, you know, coming out of being an actual revolutionary, I never had the sense that, oh, what I'm trying to do is figure out how to have collectives and work with something. No, I'm trying to get on the channels that everybody is on. When we had that almost hit, when we were on the radio in LA and in Chicago, it was almost certainly going to be played next to a Coca-Cola commercial.
Sure.
Right? It was almost, you know, my point is I'm trying to get to the people that I can get to, that I can't get to on my own through slanging my tapes out of the trunk of my car, right? I'm trying to do that. So, but what's interesting is there's been a weird attack on this movie. And so I wanted to say that first about the general idea, like every movie that was out in the theater when ours came out had was connected to more investment in much more investment in Israel than ours. Matter of fact, our movie got attacked and Passenger didn't get attacked. Passenger is wholly owned by Larry Ellison, by Paramount Warner Brothers. I'm obviously not saying they should, but it's interesting that this is the movie that's about this, that has the attacks thrown against it. But not any of the hundreds of other TV shows that all these folks watch. I mean, I think, are we on YouTube right now?
No, we're
Amazon.
So I was about to say,
Twitch.
this is Amazon owned,
Okay.
Twitch, and the reason why I'm smiling is because this is the exact same line of attack that I hear all the time from people. Can I ask you a question?
Well, let's say this:
after you finish your
YouTube
point.
gave $32 billion to cyber security for the IDF. Right. And through facial recognition for the IDF. So they could recognize people and figure out how to bomb people in Gaza. Right. And so, but let's take it back real quick with the Annapurna thing. Annapurna bought Sorry to Bother You at Sundance Festival and put it out. That with this, I did a deal with them, and they developed the script with me. They paid me money, so I had time to write. Then I got Neon to finance the thing. So I don't want to. A lot of credit is being taken away from Neon. Neon financed the movie. The amount that Annapurna put in was less than 1% of the budget. Now, Annapurna, let's talk about, and this is only to talk about how weird the attacks are, because they're not attacking this stuff that is a lot more connected, but they're attacking this, and I think it's because of right-wing bots seeding these certain arguments against the movie because of what the movie says, and then people unwittingly taking them up because so Annapurna was started by Megan Ellison. Megan Ellison got an inheritance years ago. It was all in all the newspapers. She got like $1 billion inheritance. With that, she did Annapurna. So the money doesn't go to Larry Ellison, but she did that. Either way, my point is it's weird that even if you were going on the Larry Ellison thing, that you would be choosing this one as opposed to all the other ones, you know.
I think it is because you're one of the few, like, you know, you get a lot of that criticism because you are one of the few people doing what you do. And so that is, directed at you in the same way that.
And the only reason I'm one of the few people doing what I'm willing to do, the only reason all these folks know about me, whether it's from the music or from Sorry to Bother You. I mean, Sorry to Bother You, they would have had more of an argument because it was fully
funded by Annapurna.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, a lot of the people that, you know, fell into agreeing with that idea stated that they got radicalized by the movie Sorry to Bother You.
Yeah. No, 100%. So here's a couple things I want to say. One, Capital owns all methods of distribution. And we don't have the luxury of saying no to any method of distribution if our goal is to engage in agitated propaganda. That's number one.
Yeah.
Obviously, people will hear someone like yourself say this or someone like myself say this and go, well, you guys are successful and you're just trying to defend your success. And I think that comes from a place of cynicism only born out of your awareness of how impossible the forces of capital are to defeat. And I do think that there is this cynicism that breeds, this nihilism that breeds amongst people.
And that has to do with not having a class analysis. The only way we can defeat the capitalists is through having the working class overthrow the ruling class. There's no other little thing that happens that somehow makes them weaker or anything. And I purposely put myself on those channels. Like, you know, we're using Twitch. There's a bunch of other folks using YouTube. You could use some other thing. You could probably have your friend do something and you go on a website and but it wouldn't get to the amount of people.
It doesn't.
So that's why people use YouTube, Twitch. That's why we use all these channels.
Here's in all of my many years of doing this, when I was much poorer to having a lot more financial success overall, I think what I have seen is that people recognize how powerless they are overall in the face of these like unchangeable systems. And I think because of that, they sit around and want to criticize those who are ideologically closest to them because they feel like we will listen.
Yeah.
And we do listen because we want to hear constructive criticism from our closest associates, our closest ideological allies, and we are responsive to that. And that gives people a sense of power.
Yeah.
That gives a lot of powerless people a sense of power, and I think that's exactly where it comes from.
I think also, though, here's the thing, I don't think it's only cynicism. I think it's a misconception of power, right? As well. I think one of the longer critiques that I usually have is 20s and 30s, there was there were a million card carrying communists. There were, you know, like I said, demonstrations were, here's a bunch of people that will shut down your mines. Here's a bunch of people that will shut down the steel industry. Here's a blah, blah, blah. There was a united front against fascism in which the biggest radical organization in the world, in order to get the U.S. to fight Hitler, you know, they went underground but when the war was over, people were still underground. So all of a sudden, these folks weren't communists anymore. They had been open, many of them, but they were progressive. And so then you were able to have the House Un-American Activity Committee come in the 50s and be like, look at all these people that are saying they're progressive. They're really communist.
Yeah.
And they had been hiding, whereas had it been 15 years before, people would be like, I know they're communists. They told me they were communists when they brought all these people to help me not get evicted, right?
Yeah.
So then you had a breakup of the biggest the biggest radical organization in the United States with however many members. They broke up over those sorts of attacks, but also over their unresolved feeling like the critiques of Stalin weren't handled well. Now, they broke up and they formed a bunch of different little organizations that became the New Left. One of those organizations was Progressive Labor Party, which I later, 20, 30 years later, joined. And the New Left had a different take on it. They were like, fuck that, we're revolutionaries. Fuck that, we're radicals. But they stopped organizing on the job. And I'm speaking in generalizations and leaving out a lot of shit. They stopped organizing on the job and moved to universities and cities only, and left all these places behind, where in the 20s and 30s, places like Utah, Montana, these were hotbeds of communist activity. Alabama, right? Hotbeds of communist activity. All of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but through this time, it then became about students. And for the first time, in the 60s, you heard the students are the revolution, the youth are the revolution. That had not been historically accurate. The only time that was accurate was contemporaneously in China with the
Red Guards.
So
Cultural Revolution.
Cultural Revolution. So but so that made everything be about spectacle, because you can have a strike at a university, but it's not the same as a strike at a factory. And so it became about spectacle. Now, because of that, you had a lot of radicals that were in a movement that was about spectacle. And if you're at a university, the thing you're going to do is become a professor, right? You're going to write books, and you're going to be, you might be radical, but your whole thing is, I need to write a book that says something different than this other book said. And it's not based on actual practice. It's not based on where are people at and how do we deal. And so you have all these things developing. At the same time, you had this nonprofit complex that came up since the 40s that was guiding what was thought of as left. And in order to, as they stated, keep the politics inside. So out of that, one thing you started seeing happening was, instead of strikes, boycotts, right? Now, in some things, some cases, boycotts can be effective.
Yeah,
but
it shifted from production to consumption.
Yeah, and so we have all of these ideas out there that are moving the power base away from the point of exploitation, which is on the job, to this idea that it has to do with this other thing of who you're involved in. Like, I put a statement on one time of being like, well, if somebody decides to go work for Boeing in order to organize the workers there, then they are working with an evil corporation in order to organize. And somebody was like, oh, see, Boots would take a job at Boeing, or Boots thinks it's okay to take a,
going over to Palantir.
And so a lot of that is also sort of more of a, and I want to be clear, because there are some communist anarchists, but then there are also some more libertarian anarchists. And this sort of idea that kind of came out of the 80s with the punk scene that was very much against class struggle, against what actual class struggle was. And we have all of these ideas that has led to confusion about because some things are interesting projects, like people would go make communes and be like, we're going to live collectively, or we're going to do a prefigurative thing, and we're doing this way. And that's interesting as a way to talk, but doesn't build the movement that we need. So when we're talking about all this stuff, and so then you have all these sort of liberal things. Slavoj Žižek talks about it a lot, like where you could go and you could buy a Starbucks thing, and it says, made from fair trade coffee, and you feel like that's better than this other thing, and you feel like you're doing something. So we have this politic that has moved us away from actual class struggle into a liberal politic that says that, hey, if you use Hulu instead of Netflix, then you're doing better, or something like that. And it's also because we don't have a movement that people can plug into. So you got to subscribe to some idea that says you can do something about things. And because we don't have that mass militant radical labor movement, and the parties that are forming it, people subscribe to these ideas of the lesser evil in capitalism. And
I think I'm a Virgo, really, I appreciate how it explored corporate saviorhood and like the performativeness of corporations. And I think you're right. And overall, looking at the cultural scene, it does really feel as if there has been an overall chill, not just from Trump's second administration, but when you look at artists in the 60s, you know, from Woody Guthrie, Pete Seeger to filmmakers like Jean-Luc Godard. They were much more explicit in their Marxist, Leninist, communist ideas that they were putting into their art. So I feel like there is the fact that, excuse me, but One Battle After Another being the biggest film of the year, people holding that up as like a revolutionary movie. No, it wasn't, in my opinion. But I think
it was a good movie, though, to be fair. I liked it. Its politics
we don't
were.
need to get into that film on this.
Okay, look, all I'm saying is it was fun to watch.
Definitely,
But the politics of it, yes, left much to be desired.
Well, it's interesting because since I'm such a PTA fan, I read the book first, I didn't finish the book, but I was trying to, because it's a long book.
Yeah.
But I started getting worried because the book is way more right wing than the movie. And so I see what he did there. In the book, everybody's a snitch. Every hero, either you're supposed to relate to the snitches. And it's just more, and the book is actually a critique of the Weather Underground. And a lot of the Weather Underground folks are my friends, and I even wrote the foreword on one of their books, but I'm always clear about my critique being a similar critique that the book had about the Weather Underground. And so, but the writer of the book is a lot, you know, is just like nothing matters. It's, you know, whatever, it's all that. And he, you know, the book also has like UFOs and Godzilla and all that kind of stuff. And it's more like Kill Bill than the movie is. Now, what I see that he did differently there was was take that critique and make it be more recent, which doesn't really, because I'll say this, the Black Panthers had that same critique of the Weather Underground, right? A lot of revolutionaries had that same critique. So, you know, there's a lot of things, and I think there were things. Anyway, there could be a whole podcast show on that.
No, I mean,
but there were things that I liked about a lot of things that I liked about it. But I see how the transposing of the time and the changing of the main character to be the daughter to being black and that changed the politics of it.
Yeah. What did you think? Did you watch Eddington?
Yeah.
What did you think about Eddington and its politics as opposed to
just on the politics? I think there's a lot of things that, and I'm an Ari Aster fan in general, but I think just the sort of nihilism that is in everything, and that becomes kind of supposedly smart, you know, right? And
I will say. The one thing, though, with the data centers was what really stuck out to me, how the film opens and ends. And it's like, hey, tech, big tech. Like, as we're all sitting here arguing, big tech
but it's kind of like says you can't do anything about it. That's its point of view.
Because
like it doesn't matter however you do.
I think the through line here is that neither of these works have any Marxist Leninism baked into them as an alternative or as a solution.
And that's our fault. I would say. This is what I always say is because
discipline and
there's
organizing.
Always been critiques of hip hop that people will have, revolutionaries will have, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, look, if we make that movement, and I keep summing it up as a mass militant radical labor movement, if we make that, we create the artists. We're having artists that are created in a world where there wasn't a movement that shaped their politics, right? Where we and I always blame it on the radical movements because I always say that we ran away from class struggle for 50, 60 years. And I will say that it's different now. I'm seeing that a huge change happen in that. And that's what creates the artist.
Did you watch No Other Choice? Park Chan-wook's film from last year.
I'm trying to remember which one that is. Is it like a bunch of people. Yeah.
So
Somebody
he works at a paper center. He was working there for 25 years. He gets fired.
Yeah,
and
I didn't see that. I started watching.
It's great. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that. That was one of my favorites of last year, and I think a lot of maybe what people were looking for in Eddington or One Battle, I found, in No Other Choice, with commentary on not just the new tech era that's being forced upon us, which I also would love to talk to you about, because we got Marty Scorsese out here, investing in AI companies. It feels like things changed from when we were striking a few years ago, and AI was a major concern, which it still is. And a lot of people who were saying, fuck big tech, fuck these techno-fascists. And now there's been such a change of tune.
Well, I'll say one thing that I did see happening at the time is this idea of experts. And you see it in all sorts of walks of life. So when we were having the WGA strike, and where it was like, we're going against the tech companies, we're putting in a demand against AI, there was a lot of people going around saying, well, we should really be talking to the experts. And who are the experts? OpenAI. I'm seriously, like, people were like, let's talk to this person from OpenAI, let's talk to that person, because they're actually critical of AI, and we should be talking to them, because if you're not one of them, then Boots, you don't know what you're talking about. Right. So so I think a lot of people got swayed between now and then. There was a lot of work. A lot of times when we think about these movements that we're creating, we forget about the fact that there's counter movement happening, and that people are organizing against these things, and that the continuing motion is the only way, the only hope we have against that. Because people get organized onto the other side.
And you know what? It was Daniel Kwan, I think, who said, we might not know tech, but we know art and the industry that we work in. And I think essentially what's very frustrating is seeing this just total bending down. So many filmmakers, auteurs, creatives who keep repeating the same script of like, well, it's here, nothing we can do, it's the future. If you can't beat it, join it, rather than any opposition, or even just a, hey,
I mean, a few years ago it was NFT, right?
Oh,
right,
God.
It was,
So I know.
It was, it was like
the same people who were hawking NFTs who are now using the same script for AI.
And look, I was around in making music and in the Bay Area when the first .com boom happened, and it was all people scamming. It was all people scamming with this air of expertise. And matter of fact, our fourth album, Party Music, came out on one of the nichemusic.com, and then it got sold to Warner Brothers. But it was, they were just using money. Then everybody was like, oh, you're not smart if you're not dealing with the experts. Same thing with 2008, the crash. Before that, you had all these people talking down specifically to black folks, saying, hey, if you're not what they say, economically literate, or you're not you're not financially literate if you're not buying a house. And when I would speak out about it, I would speak out about it publicly, and I'd be told that I wasn't an expert. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And all of those people are the ones that were getting people to buy houses in that whole market. So we have all of this happening, and that's one of the games, is to be like the experts say, and that it's inevitable, and that's the way that things are. But we see this all the time, and it's like our memories are shortened because we're gaslighted into being like, this is a new situation that has no connection to all this other stuff. I'll tell you what, I've had people come up to me and say, for instance, that they were on the crew that made those Google VO commercials, and that they shot all that shit. The commercial where they're like, it's interesting that I'm not a real person, that no real persons were used in this, that they actually shot that stuff and they had to sign NDAs for that. It's the same kind of scamming that was going in that first .com boom. They've just figured out how to pass the ball. It's the pyramid scheme, but they figured out how to keep it going. And they got $1 trillion in it, and they can get more investment if they can just keep the lie going.
Yeah.
No,
it's one scam after another that they build on, and then once it's burned, like the NFTs were, no one even thinks about it any longer, and they move on to the next thing. That's just straight up what it is. I mean, a lot of these AI companies like literally hire laborers in the third world in developing nations to actually monitor and drive these vehicles, for example, for pennies on the dollar, and then they present it as this like this profound accomplishment, when in fact it's just, I guess, the new technology is allowing new methods of exploitation.
And actually, it's not that new. It's just it's allowing us to dream about some other world and not see the exploitation that's happening. So yeah.
I want to ask you about, what you have planned next, because obviously all your work from music to film, it's all rooted in your communist ideology. But I think looking at Sorry to Bother You, I'm a Virgo, and now I Love Boosters, it seems as if you kind of have a specific approach to like one particular mechanism or industry. With Sorry to Bother You, it's the telemarketing industry, which I was also a telemarketer. Evil shit.
Yeah.
Boosters, which is about the fast fashion and haute couture and stealing from.
But then also the tie into I think the NGOs as well.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very cool. Like the whole the angle of it being the democratic.
Well, it's funny because because I think some of those real people are coming after me right now.
Yeah, I was about to say you do rip quite a bit into something that I'm very critical of, that liberals also despise whenever I bring it up, which is like the ways in which liberal groups or like Democratic Party aligned groups will actively try to harness some kind of revolutionary movement or present themselves as like changing the world in a meaningful way, when in fact what they're doing is trying to engage in social conditioning and manipulate as many people as possible.
And so here's the thing, I do have that in there, but ultimately I try to get to the class struggle, because when I was in a PLP, sometimes there would be people that we thought were police, right? And what do you do in that situation? And what I learned that they did was like, okay,
turns out they were anarchists.
No, we'd be like, okay, this, and it would be based on the things that they're doing, but it'd be like, okay, we think this person is a cop, let's have them sweep the floor instead. This is what you're going to be passing out flyers. So the idea is you got to keep moving. You can't be like just paranoid about this might happen, that might happen, this person's working against me. You got to assume that they're working against you. And you have to be working on the thing that actually changes the whole thing. You have to be organizing, because only when we're not actually organizing when we're not actually organizing, those sorts of tactics are more effective. But if you have a connection to your base, if you know people, if you can walk outside and you've spent time organizing your neighbors into something, organizing your coworkers into something where they know who you are, and not just talking to them about politics, but what we would call base building, like hanging out. Those are your friends, and you work with them, then it's harder for them to do stuff. So when folks come after me, there's enough people that like know really what I'm about, because they've worked with me in real life or seen what I'm doing. And so I worry a little bit about that part of my work, where like that you just pointed out, where we're like, it's kind of like, there's a little paranoia in there because there's paranoia in real life when we're doing it. But I try to push it through to we have to organize and build class struggle. And that's the only thing that's going to solve it. It's not going to be like uncovering, like, him uncovering the plan and Sorry to Bother You did nothing, right? But the only thing that was doing something was building for this class struggle.
Caroline, I want you to finish your thought because I interrupted you rudely because I'm a misogynist. But
well, I was just asking if you had anything planned next. If there's, you just tackled the fast fashion industry and corporate theft, of course, which is all a part, which is capitalism. What are you working on right now or coming up?
I mean, I already sold 2 scripts that I'm supposed to be doing. And then I sold an idea that I'm writing. So that's what's in the work. I don't want to say what they are, but
no spoilers.
But though that's what's happening. I mean, there's a little, what's good about this, to be upfront with I Love Boosters. We got kind of thwarted at the gate. We got all our screens were less than half of what we needed to be. The social media spend on ads, they were seeing they weren't actually getting out in the same way their other movies stuff got out. So it was getting muted.
Relentlessly also marketing, being
yeah,
online,
but it does
trying to
still kind of
promote.
go to some of the same people. So it's so anyway, this movie is not it's not a blockbuster hit, but it's still we're at about 10 million right now. And it's gonna, once it goes internationally, we'll do more, all that kind of stuff. So it's a slog to do it, but it also means some of my ideas that might have taken more of a budget now is kind of looked at like, okay, this is the budget range. And so all that is just more confines to work with, and sometimes that makes for great ideas. So for instance, with I Love Boosters, a lot of it should have been a much more expensive movie. And one of the reasons it looks so awesome has to do with us figuring out how to make the few shots that we have work and look awesome. So,
you have to get creative with the creative elements.
I have one question for you that perhaps might be somewhat controversial, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What's your perspective on socialism with Chinese characteristics? Because I did see labor exploitation being prominently featured not only in the United States, but also in China as well. And there's a real element of that, which was still tied back to, of course, tied back to American capital.
If you see, exactly. It's workers of the world against the U.S. capitalists right there. And if you see in the movie, the factory owners stole the device. This is whatever.
Spoilers. You're spoiling it.
This factory owner stole the device from the Chinese government, and there is a line between the factory owners and the Chinese government. And I do, look, if you listen to my music, I talk about Mao and those ideas a lot. And, exactly. The East is red. And look, so it is a way to talk about how workers in China and workers in the U.S. have more in common with each other than they do with the billionaires of the U.S., right? And I don't think that you could look at the movie in an anti-China way, and that's definitely not the ideas that I had in there. So we have, and there in real life there is a conflict between the Communist Party of China and the Chinese business owners that are there.
But do you believe that China is still maintaining a dictatorship of the proletariat?
Well, here's what I would say. So a lot of people there was a interesting part of that discussion when the Annapurna thing came up which was, is Boots Riley making communist art?
Mm-hmm.
And my answer is, I don't give a fuck. What I don't care what you call it.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to make is something that gets people to want to make a revolution.
Uh-huh. Would you say black cat, white cat, as long as it catches the rat?
Oh, I don't know. Is that what? Because one of my favorite.
Deng Xiaoping.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that one. Yeah, no, I would. Here's the thing. We could talk about the disagreements of the way China went and I have there's a critique that I have that and here's the truth. A lot of what folks in Tiananmen Square were protesting for was to be able to be managers of sweatshops, right? So that was a real conflict that was happening there.
Mm-hmm.
They put it as freedom and democracy, but the specifics of the reforms that they were asking for were those things. So there's conflict, but that doesn't mean. I mean, I would say this, that in China they're way more free than we are right now. You have even some of the lapdogs of anti-China propaganda, like what's that artist Ai Weiwei, even admitting now that the U.S. censors way more than China does.
He's back now. He's on the Chinese side now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the thing is they have healthcare, they have housing. If you look at when you see the China, and there was a struggle around that just because certain people have ideas of what does housing look like in China. Now, I happen to subscribe to all the Instagram things where they're like, let me show you my house. And then, that. So I was like, no, this is like, they've got an apartment, so in the sense that I think we see we see that there is exploitation of those workers because they're in a capitalist exchange with the U.S. fashion designer that exists, but they're not in squalor. The question is, and the same thing with us. We might not be in squalor, but we have a struggle to be had over the wealth that our labor creates and the power that comes from that. The power So, and when I say our, I'm not in the working class anymore. I'm used to speaking from that term, but I'm saying the U.S. working class. But now, so yeah, I think that there are a lot of things happening in China that have to do with them trying to survive in a world that's launching imperialist attacks at them. And similarly, what are they getting for their people, and where's the road that they're going to? That's really the question, rather than what is it labeled as. You could be like, technically it's this and it's that.
Have you been?
I don't really care. No, I've only been to Hong Kong.
We just recently went, and it was an incredible experience. I mean, it is a lot of, it was a really interesting moment for me because it's a lot of my commentary obviously revolves around anti-imperialism, and I talk extensively about like the ways in which Americans are propagandized about like everyday Chinese existence and what the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, represents, and seeing that in real time is truly, it was a profound experience, I would say.
And one of the reasons that,
I'd recommend it.
China is picked in the film that is because that where we are is we need to know that we have that I could have picked another Asian country or something like that, but it's more that in the sense that we do talk about heightening the conflict and accelerating the situation, that comes from us having a knowledge that there needs to be solidarity between them.
Yeah.
I don't know how involved you are in the casting, but I love Poppy, who's amazing. I also had read that you were one of the first people who reached out to Melissa Barrera after she faced consequences for speaking out early for Palestine. You offered her a role in Boosters. What is kind of your process in working with people, and now 2 films that you've done in a series? Are you drawn to people, or is it kind of a necessity that you align with them, that they understand fundamentally what you're trying to do? And you've worked with Lakeith now twice.
I think people obviously they have to be down, and it's not like what, and they have to be at various levels. I mean, doing music, you'll see all the people I've done songs with. Most of them would not call themselves a communist or even a socialist at all. And, but there has to be some mutual respect there. And I've never, so I don't only work with people that have that same viewpoint. But that being said, for someone to be involved with my work, there's a lot of places they could go to get a lot more hype around in their career. So they're making a choice when they get involved with the Boots Riley project. And part of that choice is, at the very least, I see what he means. And I think that's a good thing. They may not want to take that into their own life and do something with it, but they're exploring, they're interested in that. So I, and really I have to make it work. I mean, I think, it's great that Poppy has a lot of similar ideas as I do, but it also wouldn't have worked if she wasn't just an amazing actor.
Yeah.
Right. It would, so I have to,
I will say though, I don't even necessarily know though, if Keke Palmer, Demi Moore, these are people who are not short on work, but there are definitely people who you have in your cast who have been blacklisted for speaking out on Palestine, who I know, either reading interviews with them or just understanding the state of Hollywood, are not getting as much work because of their politics and because of the movements that they are publicly expressing support for. So I do feel like a Boots Riley vehicle is kind of one of the rare opportunities in Hollywood to be a person who is outspoken, who's not afraid to stand up to the Zionist machine, but may then be facing issues with getting opportunities. So you're kind of a rare haven for that.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't work that fast, so it really is not an answer. It's not really an answer,
Yeah.
But I think, the other thing that I'm seeing is, there's still a lot of pushback for this work there, and because there's this veneer that there is no censorship, it happens in different ways. So I think that just out of sort of survival, there has to be other ways to get information. We're all stuck to the internet, and it's so controllable who sees our stuff, and we have to have a way to get things out that cuts around that and does things in real life. Like, I'm talking about flyers up on walls. I'm talking about snail mail. I'm talking about things like that, because it is getting siphoned, and they can make us feel that it's not, because, you could have an algorithm that pushes the same 200 people around you, and it seems like, wow, this is everybody. But it's way out there. With this movie, I got scared in April, because I went to Philly and I went to this place called 2nd Street, which is like a vintage shop. And the staff was like mainly Black, one white girl, and they all had their friends there too. And this is April, and I'm like, hey, you guys gonna see I Love Boosters? They were like, what's that? And I was like, it's a movie. You never heard of it? They were like, no. And I was like, do you like Keke Palmer? They were like, we love Keke Palmer. they knew nothing about it. I played them the trailer on my phone. They were like, "We're going to see that. Can we go see it tonight?" Like the idea that things are being we can't naively think that it's getting out there and that we can do these things. That's another reason that on the job organizing is important, because you need to talk to people in real life. You can't just be like, I posted a thing. Right. Does everybody want to come to this? You gotta, talk to people and get out of there. And so I don't think the things that you said are true, that I'm hiring people, but I'm not hiring them only because of that.
Sure, yeah.
And Melissa Barrera didn't work out. I don't really like to talk about that because, one, Eiza Gonzalez did an amazing job, and the movie is the thing that it is. You could always talk about with all the roles, all the different versions of who it is, and it's a little bit not cool for the person that is playing the part.
She only stated it in an interview to give you credit. And say,
no, I
she
definitely
finally
get that.
has opened up.
I'm just saying that's why I don't really talk about it.
Eiza is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Shout out again, thin eyebrows, dialectical materialism,
and it was either the thin eyebrows or a unibrow, because I was like, we gotta
both would have been super rad.
Yeah. I do think that it's interesting. It gives insight into your worldview a little bit about the importance of salting and the importance of union organizing, because not to spoil anything too much, because I do want people to go and watch it. It's a brilliant movie.
I feel like
there is one
if you're
character
subscribing to Hassan Piker and we're 5 weeks into this movie being out, they're probably not going to go see it if they haven't yet.
But they might not have actually heard about it, because you were talking about the limitations.
Maybe possible.
The limitations in terms of marketing.
Everyone has seen it.
Yeah, but what I was saying is it's very obvious that there's a right way to directly solve the problems that everyone is experiencing, and then there are other ways that they keep trying to get around to, and it's very clear what direction you point to as far as
definitely
success.
Yeah, definitely. It's class struggle. It's organizing on the job. It's a thing that until recently was not being done much on the left. And I don't mean to think that, and just from what I know of it, it's definitely not easy. It's definitely not anything. This is one reason why there's a certain device that helps us get past a certain thing so that we can see, one direction. And honestly, and I think we could talk about this. I think one critique about it was that it only shows this direction. It doesn't show the quote unquote final goal of a new world, right? And there's been and it's interesting because I've sat around and tried to figure out how could I make a movie about us having a socialist or a communist world. How could I do that? And really tried to figure it out. And a lot of times it's how do you show that how do you show that everybody has healthcare, everybody has a place to live? How do you show that?
Well,
and
still conflict, still having
you will have conflict.
Right.
There's always going to be conflict.
Right.
There's always going to be struggle, and you can figure that out. But how do you show that the world has all these things fixed? And it occurred to me that the reason it's hard to show that is because in all the movies that we've seen growing up, the world is already like that. People don't have a problem getting healthcare. Everybody has a job. Whether they get education or not just has to do with whether they're motivated, things like that. And so there's a thing that has to happen. But you're right. The conflict that happens is a way to do it. Star Trek, for decades, they're living in a communist world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love pointing to that.
It doesn't necessarily inspire anybody to make a revolution in all of that stuff, because it kind of looks
on the
like
background.
what. Well, it's also
the backdrop.
yeah. I mean, and that's what it would really be. We'd go on with our life, but have all these things taken care of. So it's a little bit something.
What if the friction there was presented from the perspective of people who are trying to foment a capitalist counter revolution?
I've been thinking about that. Yeah,
in a communist world.
Okay,
and
screenwriter.
then
Screenwriter
the
hot
whole
seat.
point of it is like where they just give up at the end because they realize that they were wrong.
Oh, whoa.
I mean,
There you go.
I'm not a screenwriter. I'm
Why
not I'm not a very creative person at all. This is all
I think you should turn your podcast into like a radio show and you
Yeah.
tell that story and
that's
have like
what it
sound
is.
effects and stuff
that's
like
true.
that.
That actually is brilliant. No, I was gonna say this is a radio show for the most part for a much newer audience. One last question, and thank you so much for giving us so much of your time. One last question I have for you is maybe a little bit silly, but how tapped in are you with this upcoming generation, Gen Z and Gen Alpha? Because like a lot of the outfit design that you had in the movie was, I mean, it nailed it. It nailed it a lot.
One, we have to talk about Shirley Carrata, who's our costume designer on this. And one, she is tapped in, but two, I like to remind Gen Alpha and Gen Z that they're just doing the shit we did.
Yeah.
And whether it's words or, crashing out. I'm like, dude, we said that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it goes a lot, but I should talk about, with costumes, Shirley Carrata, she, she's not only a costume designer, she's a stylist in the sense that she's not just like, I'm going to design and build all this stuff. Some of the stuff she's like, let's borrow that from that person. Let's get that from. So if you look at the end of I Love Boosters, there's a whole thank you list to all of these cool designers that lent Shirley stuff just because she's so cool.
Is she from the Bay Area?
No, she's from LA. So yeah. Matter of fact, they have a shop called Virgil Normal. You could go there and get all sorts of cool hipster stuff.
And then I lied. That wasn't the last question. The other question I had for you is about, well, it kind of dovetails into this. There's a lot of apathy amongst younger generations. And I think part of that is born out of the fact that at least my generation participated in Black Lives Matter protests in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder, George Floyd's assassination. And then they plugged their nose and they voted for Joe Biden, right? Many of them.
Yeah.
And none of the changes that were, none of the demands that were being made were actually listened to at all. As a matter of fact, the first thing that the Democratic Party did was 8 can't wait. And that was a way to take the very reasonable and just demands being made by the decentralized protest movements that came together and turn it into something much more manageable and much more appropriate, permissible within the confines of the system. And even then, they couldn't even advance that agenda.
Yeah.
And I think that absolutely creates tremendous apathy because you teach people that you're supposed to protest, you're supposed to go out and vote, and then all of a sudden that, change, that's how change happens. And when they see the change is not happening that way, instead of looking for more radical means or more revolutionary means, they kind of just decide not to participate in the system at all because they say, look, I still got to make ends meet. I still got to get a job. But obviously, this stuff is not working out.
Yeah.
The question I have for you as a Black revolutionary, as someone who has been in the communist movement, as someone who is organized on those terms as well, what do you think about where Black radicalism could go in this country right now? That's why I asked you if you're tapped into Gen Z and where they're at. Do you feel like there is an opportunity now more than ever, especially with the disillusionment that many young Black men and women are experiencing? Do you feel like there's a way to organize in this? There's a way to bring people back into participating in this process.
Yeah,
through communism, through socialism.
So here's the thing: I wouldn't describe that feeling you're talking about is apathy. I would describe it as them being frustrated with the fact that these methods didn't work and not seeing a way to win. They don't believe in the system. They don't believe in that. And the answer to it is kind of how I've been saying, I don't mean to keep saying it, is a mass militant radical labor movement. And we're seeing the beginnings of that already. It's not just that I'm saying there's this thing that needs to be created. There's the beginnings of that. When we talk about that strike wave that happened, and when we are talking about the things that are going on, people are organizing on the job. People are forming communist organizations, forming, and black folks are forming communist organizations, are joining communist organizations. I see people seeing that we need a way to win. And that can also, some of those organizations can also turn into frustration and burnout when they are not connected to actual campaigns, winnable campaigns. Because the key to all of this stuff is we need to have winnable campaigns. Sometimes, even under the banner of making a mass militant radical labor movement, people are like, we need a general strike. And like, okay, but did you organize to get people involved in something else first, like on the job? So part of these things where people are organizing on the job, where they're trying to get a pay hike, where they're trying to get benefits, things like that, that is not revolutionary, but it's part of a revolutionary strategy, because people have to understand how class struggle works, how organizing on the job works. So we have to have some things where people win, they organize, they reorganize, and they fight, and they go to something bigger. So
yeah, they see those victories. They see the fruits of labor organizing.
Definitely. I think a big thing that happened for me, and I would be a different person if it didn't happen, is after I joined Progressive Labor Party, when I came back to Oakland High, we organized a student strike against year-round school. Now, it's easy to get kids to walk out of class to protest year-round school. That was like they just handed that to us. And but we won so quick. We walked out. We marched down a couple miles to the school board. They came out scared and read a statement and said, okay, we're not going to do this. And so a bunch of us got drunk with power. We were like, is this how easy this shit is?
But that's good. But it's a muscle that you're training. And it's also important to have that kind of confidence, because when you build on that.
Somebody said student organizing doesn't work. I didn't say it doesn't work. I said that it's not the same kind of a struggle.
Yeah.
You don't learn the same thing.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
You just said that it was very easy to get students to, skip school for the day.
Yeah.
But the reality of the matter is a work stoppage, especially if there is sufficient funds to maintain. A work stoppage is to at its simplest goal is to show your power.
Yeah.
And then
and it teaches those involved like what their relationship is to power, what their relationship is to the system. And when you lose or win, whether you lose or win, you start ending up understanding like, oh, the police aren't just mean because they just happen to be assholes, but this is their relationship. Why are they protecting the boss? Why are they doing you have basically a study group of thousands of people, not only the people involved, but the people watching. And it has a lot of that's a lot of what that power is. And it's not. Here's the other thing: when you ask someone to get, like, if you're like, hey, can you come to this rally that's on Saturday? People can say yes or no, they agree or they don't agree. But there's a different process going on when you ask someone to get involved with something where they are taking a risk on something. Like you might not, they might say no, but they're calculating right then what the struggle is, whether they want to take it. And you also end up having to learn how. That's also a difference in my art than other, because I've done that. The way I come at people is different, right? I'm not like you disagree with me, fuck you, I don't need you, blah blah blah. I'm like, I hope I can get that person on my side. I might decide I'm not going to get it, might not be worth my time, so I'm moving on. But you have a different way of working with people.
I would say too, as far as the way that it's also pressure put on the youth, where it's like, oh, the young people will save us because it's too late for,
I used to hate that when I was a young person.
Yeah, I don't think that we should be
there would be all these old people.
That idea that the young people will save us, because this is collective action of all of us.
Also, yeah, exactly.
It's 60-year-olds who are also, because of capitalism, still working in factories. It's
and
like,
they also have younger relatives as well, and they see that they're still at home. For example, this is like, at least in my experience, like, because I talk to, when I go to these like No Kings protests, right? It's a liberal protest, like, but it's actually remarkable how many older people, retired people, or even like financially well-off people have an immediate connection to someone who is struggling, that actually did all of the right things. You went to college, you got a job, you're supposed to be able to make ends meet, and yet they're struggling financially. And I think that has caused some people to recognize that while their financial situation is far better off, they understand that their immediate relatives are still struggling when they shouldn't be. And that is another point of radicalization. There is definitely there is no generational, there's definitely a generational divide because boomers have a lot of the wealth still. But by and large, there are still people who recognize that the system is not working for them. And there is an opportunity there to harness some sort of revolutionary potential. Well, Boots Riley, thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything you want to promote, or any final words you want?
The thing I want to promote is go see I Love Boosters now. Here's the truth about, we're moving on. We were in 150 theaters today. Today is Thursday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. By Friday, we're only in 64. So you need to see it. It may not be where you are at that point. There's so hopefully, maybe we'll be able to keep it in theaters at a low number, because the places that it is right now, it's like packed, because we're in like LA, the Bay Area, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. But we got to do that. The other thing I want to say is this shirt that I'm wearing. This is David Siqueiros, who was a communist, a Mexican muralist, communist painter. I wrote a song that was
someone in the chat's relative. They were bringing it up in the chat.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. I wrote a song called "You Are Not a Riot." That's an RSVP, an RSVP from David Siqueiros to Andy Warhol. So check that song out. And it definitely, was a controversial figure in the sense that he did try to kill Trotsky, and he didn't though. And but he was somebody that was very his passion for his art, because basically the communist movement was this, and this was somebody in his mind was going against communists.
Yeah.
But my point is that he also was famous for going to the Venice Biennale in the 50s and pointing at all the abstract artists and being like, "You're a CIA agent. You're CIA. You're CIA."
It turns out he was right.
Turns out he was right about, and maybe not specifically directly with that, but that's where the funding was, to take it away from
maybe he
where
was
the
right
communists
about
were.
Maybe he was right about other things as well. Who knows? Much to think of.
But yeah. All right.
Bruce Riley, thank you so much.
Okay.
This was incredible.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So nice to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Caroline
Thank
Kwan,
you for the
everybody.
conversation.
All right.
Does it turn off or do I just walk out?
We'll take a photo real quick. I'm gonna get
still
back.
gonna go for a couple hours.
Yeah. Did you see this? I was
somebody just
Fox News. Hassan Piker
do you
claims
want
Israel has
anything
no
to
right to
drink?
exist
Do
in
you
its
wanna-
current form.
Do you want a soda or anything before you get it?
I
no,
got
just
many
have
different
water.
diet.
Yeah.
Many different diet Dr. Do's. All right. I'm going to now run the G7 when we go outside and take some photos and stuff. And I'm going to walk out Boots and Caroline, but we'll be back.
Damn, this guy's good.